Welcome everyone, this is Unstoppable Streletsy bringing to you the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga Week 10 matches. We got quite a few matches to get through today. I think we have about 9 encounters total. We're missing a match here, but as you see here, the best but not least one, the last but not least one at the end of here is going to be a tiebreaker one. And from what I can tell you, because I was a participant, that was a really good series. Really good series for you, and it was also a really good series for me. So, you'll see some of the strategies I use there. In particular, German and Korean tactics. And when Koreans can turn really, really powerful against Latin American cids. But let's get started from the left and work our way to the right as we usually do. So we got Alucard and Fufi for match 1. Let's see how this one goes. I mean, they're both very capable players. It should be a pretty interesting skirmish. Though I would say Alucard is probably the stronger one coming in. So on the Fufi side, we got the Paraguayans. It's always nice to see. I like Paraguayans on this map. Sometimes they let me down quite a bit, but other times they do really, really good. So it can go either way. And in the opposing side, we have the Central Americans. Interesting pick. Now, I actually fought the Central Americans in this week, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of trick he has planned for him. Central Americans are basically like the French of Latin America. They get so many Royal Guard units it's hard to count. They get about 6 of them. And basically from there, they can use each 6 of their rosters to employ different sorts of builds militarily to accomplish different things. And they're surprisingly flexible in that way too, especially with their unique unit, the Dragon Rojo. It's basically like a regular maneuver Dragoon, but it counters scout units at range instead of assault, giving the Central Americans an easier way of dealing with things like Hussars and Lanceros on a level that other civs kind of struggle against. At least in terms of comparing it to the old game, the vanilla game, because in vanilla, all hand cav takes the same sort of multiplier from Dragoons, but in here, only the heavy ones do most of the time, which makes Central America sort of on par with vanilla civ. Let's see what Paraguay is doing over here. So they're actually going to go for the isolationism. Quite an interesting pick. Normally when I use isolationism, I try to at least send the food works first, and then send the isolationism after that. Because, as you see here, it does have an astronomical effect on the food trickle. Goes up pretty big, and then when you have the Explorer next to it, goes up even more. I guess he's going to be manually building that food works instead. Which, I don't know in particular. I mean, it might be good to macro in the early game to build that works yourself, but personally, I would have just got it from the home city. Because to me, you're gonna basically get isolationism or whatever sort of works you want again anyways. And if you're playing Paraguay pretty good, that really shouldn't be an issue getting as many works as you need to start gear production. One more sort of risk of doing isolationism that early is the fact that you lose the ability to make trading posts. It's a trade-off card. Yeah, it gives your works a really good gather rate, but also it prevents you from building any sort of trading post on this trade route here. and it also prevents you from accessing natives, which Paraguay actually has a lot of good upgrade cards for. It doesn't look like he plans on going natives though, because I don't really see any sort of upgrade cards for him here. In general, what I usually do if I'm like on a map like Texas is I will build 2 train posts that are on my side of the map first, and then send isolationism afterwards. So that way you double dip the chip. You get good XP, you get a lot of shipments, and you got better resource gathering. You optimize your whole entire economy instead of just picking one or the other. Now, Alucard is going to be aging up with the Polish wave as the Central Americans. And looking at his deck, he's clearly centered it towards natural resource acquisition, which the Civ is really good at. Right? Normally, having a bunch of mining cards, having a bunch of hunting cards, and wood chopping would look, would look a little questionable, right? Because eventually you run out of the meat, and then those cards lose value. But in Central America, you have the Carretero here, which will basically build trees, he'll build banana bushes, and he'll build rock mines as well, which will let you keep getting natural resources throughout the duration of the match, making those cards really valuable than they normally are. He's going to be shipping in 700 wood, whereas Paraguay is still aging up with the French wave. He hasn't said Hemeroteca yet, so probably not going for the bakery technology for the French anytime soon. Which, it's alright, I mean, he could certainly decide to ship one of these many unit shipments instead, since it looks like he's pretty geared towards an H2 rush with this sort of a deck. Right, he's got sailors, escopeteros, he even has his mercenary and his native unit here as well. So he could go full in on H2 if he wanted to and fully commit. Whereas Central America, from what I understand, they're probably going to be looking to go more mid-game, I would say. But it's possible an H2 rush could be done with the artisanal cans and the Moonchild archers here. These are basically archers that deal full anti-infantry damage, not anti-heavy, full infantry. So they counter anti-skirmishers, skirmishers, and musketeers. All forms with the infantry tag will take multiplier damage from him. He's going double wood on his shipments, so probably he's going to be looking to go Age 2. At least it seems like it right now. And fully commit to fighting the Paraguayans now. He won't be able to take advantage of the Dragon Rojos right away though if he does that, which could prove handy at spraying down scores of Assi Bodais from the Paraguayans, since they have the scout tag. Oh, what do we have here? He's going with outlaws. Interesting. We rarely see outlaws being put into play here. These are the Mañosos. The Mañosos appear to be a stealthy spy good against spies, heroes, and mercenaries. So basically it's like an actual spy, an actual Asian dynasty spy. And statistically, it gets about 25 hand attack near the colonel. And what's the tag? It's a heavy infantry unit. I mean, if it was a scout unit, like a hussar unit, like a coyote runner, that could actually be pretty interesting, because that would give it actually a bit of raiding potential as well. But even as a heavy infantry unit, these could actually prove some usefulness to him, because if I stand correctly, spy style units also deal multipliers against consulate units, which the units from the Polish Immigrant Center would also classify as. And also, if he ever does ship those Moonchilds out, he could definitely throw these at them as well, and they would fall very quickly. Oh wait a minute, no, that's him. Sorry about that, but actually, now that I think about it, if it's Central America using the Manyosos, he's probably going to just be using them against the French colony here once he starts making the Confederations, which I don't see him making any of those yet. Oh, look at that. It's actually a pretty good rating unit, even as a... My only peeve with that, though, is that they're going to just take a lot of extra damage from these Escopeteros. That's my only issue with it. If it was a scout unit, I would say, wonderful. These things will have a lot of survivability. It also would be good if they actually had... Well, never mind. I mean, when I think about it more and more, I realize, yeah, there's a lot of hand infantry-focused mercenaries like the Ronin Samurai and the Almedi, where having that hand armor would actually be kind of useful to have, so I can't complain about it too much, I guess. Yeah. Mercenaries are a weird bunch, you know. Some of them are pretty generic in their stats, and other ones not so much. What's this? This is the Turquoisan. This guy's more of a siege unit. No, he's not a siege unit. He gets better stats around the trading posts. I remember using these in a couple of matches, particular ones on the Alaska map, because if I could catch my enemy near a trading post, I could usually take a lot of damage to him by fighting air with these. And let me check too if he sent the he's sending that now. The Livingston Code basically gives his outlaws a smaller population cost. It's sort of like Dance Hall, just without the samurai part of it. And based on what I've seen so far, and seeing the Livingston Code coming into play, I think he's going to go for a full outlaw strategy. This should be pretty interesting, because you usually don't see outlaw builds in Wars of Liberty, because not a lot of civs get the best options for outlaws. Some get pretty good ones. If he can make this work and pull off a win here, that would actually be pretty fun to watch. Also, I think Fufu's going to really regret not building a trading post, because now, basically, Alucard has secured himself extra stats as cavalry on the whole center map region here. If he ever tries to take a fight anywhere on this trade route, he's going to be dealing with higher stat units. 37 attack, that's pretty dangerous, you know? That's pretty dangerous. You know, his best chance is honestly to take the fights at home, away from the trading post. But if he somehow got to build onto the Zapotec site, that would basically ensure that he could deal full outlaw damage to him well into his base. These Manyosos are going to fall pretty quickly to the Paraguayan trash army, though. I think he's going to go mostly with the Turquoisans now, because the Turquoisans have a scout unit tag. The only real risk he has are these small groups of Pardos grouped up here. Everything else should basically fall pretty quickly to him. I think he really needs to start swapping the Pardos pretty soon, because if he doesn't, I'm not sure how he's going to do against these outlaws here. It also depends if he decides to take the fight at home or not. I'd just take the fight at home. That way, one, you're reducing the stats that you're dealing with. See here, it dropped back down to 30 when he moved away from that trading post. And two, you got the Coaglas here, which are actually very good combat units that could also help maybe take some shots into these. The only issue for Fufu right now is the fact that he has so many of these units right now, even if he did take the fight to his base away from the trading. And this is the other factor as well. He also has the Caudillo here also boosting them. That's the other factor. So he has to be aware of that as well if he's going to take a fight with them. He needs to take out that colonel right away to reduce the aura that they have on these units. And now that I think about it, I noticed when I saw this Taquizan move near the trading post, it gained an insane amount of attack. Like a really insane attack beyond what the Cardia was providing it, so I don't know if that was intentional or that was just a swap of the stats. Yeah, I wouldn't take the fight here. I'd stay at home, Foofy. Go home. You're gonna save yourselves some damage from these cavalry. Oh, and he's going for the trading post? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go astronomically well for him now. It could go well, but yeah, there's just a lot of them. The numbers are gonna definitely have a factor here in whether the Central Americans win this. Yeah, I think they're gonna win this one. He just has a lot too many of them, honestly. If he was like missing a batch of them or two, probably this skirmish could have gone better for him. Oh, wait a second, he has the Pata Blancas. These are very strong line infantry units. If he can get, yeah, I think he should probably be able to clean this up. Oh, but the moon shards are coming in. These are the archers with really good anti-infantry attack. Just in time, too, to deal with the Pata Blancas. Yeah, no, he has just too much cavalry. What he should have did is waited at home, got his Pata Blancas here, and said, no, you come here to fight me. You come into my domain, where you're not going to get that extra bonus attack and HP, at least from the training post. And I can use my Coiguas to take extra shots out of your cavalry, because keep in mind, outlaws cost a lot of coins, so if Alucard were to run out of mining, he would have to start relying on the rock mines from his carreteros, which, you know, could set him back a little bit. But now that he's lost his main army, now he's on the real defensive here against this army of both Manyosos and Taquizans here, which are probably going to win out in the end. Though we'll have to see, because he is making pardos. I guess this is where the Manyoso becomes dangerous, because they end up just tanking the damage for the Taquizans. That's the part I didn't realize, is basically these Manyosos act as sort of like a Teutonic knight, if you will, for their cavalry. So they don't actually take any of that bonus anti-shock damage from the spearmen. Pretty clever, actually. Pretty clever. I've tried going outlaws a couple of times as the Central Americans. It's actually a pretty fun strategy, and they're one of the most viable outlaw civs in the game. Another outlaw unit they get is actually a Coyote Runner, which is indeed an actual scout unit they get. Has the same stats and costs as a Coyote Runner. And with the sending of the Livingston Code, it only costs one population, which for an outlaw unit, unheard of, you know. You usually don't see outlaws cost only one pop, unless it's the Pistolero. Yeah, I think Central Americans are going to win this one. He just doesn't have the numbers to claw him out of here. Yeah, and I guess he is going to try to build some, oh boy, yeah, that doesn't look good. If that town cell was at full health, I'd say, yeah, he's good for now, but he just lost the town cell. And those towers are not gonna, you know, do enough range damage to these Manyosos. That's where he's falling behind, I think, is he set up these defenses way too slowly. He should have been defending the whole time. Because if he was defending the whole time, and he had all those really good units in a large group with these towers and Pueblas, he would have been able to hold off any sort of advance for a while. And maybe start thinking about getting the capillaries and start making the Coheed rockets. See, Paraguay really takes off in age 3. That's when they're at their height. That's when they get the Coheed rockets. And with those, then they can really start pushing back and killing large scores of units. The Coheed rockets deal a lot of damage to all unit types. You know, it's not just infantry, they can kill artillery, they can kill buildings. They're an all-around heavy artillery piece. So, no reason to try to pick up too many fights in Age 2 unless you know you can overpower them and dominate them early. Because in Age 3, it's a lot easier for you to just have those heavy artillery popping out for free. And also, even your immigrants are pretty good in Age 3, because then you can start making the Legion Cavalry, which, you know, they would be destroying these Manyosos, at least from range. Now, if they got in a melee with them, the Manyosos would counter them being a spy unit. Yeah, it's just a lot to keep in mind when you're playing a 1 versus 1. And it did seem like he did really good in macro as well. Look at all these works he had. Did pretty good in keeping his economy up. He didn't make the best play with his military. If he would have stayed at home, I think for sure he probably would have at least had a chance of beating him. You know, he would have carried it on to sort of the late game, and from there he could have tried to push out with Coheeds and his Patai Exco Pateros, also some of the other artillery units potentially, and he could even make Pardos or units to deal with any of the cavalry. But anyways, let's see how match 2 is. They both seem like very capable fighters for sure, but, you know, one mistake can cost you a game. You know, that's in any RTS. You need to be really, really smart with the way you manage your units, because typically, especially if you don't have a lot of production, you just don't know how you're going to recover that army so easily once you lose it. Oh boy, poor Foofy. He just destroyed his own foundation. That might send back a little bit, that's painful. He's going with the Maori, and our card is going with Romania, Dracula. Now, Foofy, I think, is probably going to be delayed by maybe a second or two because he did lose his first foundation for the PA. Thanks to his exploring, I think maybe the huntable here. But, you know, you can't always count those little things all the time because sometimes your army will slip up somewhere and you'll make it back. It's just something to keep in mind. Now, he has a free boat shed here being the Maori, and as a result, he's going to be booming out of 2 places for resource gathering at the time being. He's going to be able to make some dugout canoes for fish, and then he's going to be able to make his villages out of the gate path. Unless he does any sort of macro, he's going to have to sort of deal with having 2 dugouts for now, which is totally fine. You don't need a lot of them. The fact that you even have any sort of extra gathering from his fishing boats is really good. I'm also curious to see what Romania has in mind for this game. You know, is he going to be doing sort of the Luis Kaiser do a bounty gameplay where you turn him into a faith cost unit? It actually doesn't look like he has those cards in his deck though, so he's going to be going more of the traditional route, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be going more traditional. And for Maori, what are they going to be going for? They got the trickle cards, pretty good. He sent his dugout canoes for fishing. For units, it looks like we're going to be expecting 2 power marksmen and Huara fighters. So, looking at a very short range but very powerful skirmisher unit, and also a splash attack based scout unit. So this could be pretty interesting, you know what I mean? If he goes for a capital age push with the Maori, which they're very good at, hopefully he gets some 2 power marksmen out to deal with his Dorabante. Because if he could get like a large ball of like 2 power marksmen, those the orbits are going to go down so quickly. For all the extra armor they get, they have very low hit points, you know. All it takes is one cannon or a couple of bombardier grenadiers, something like that. You could wipe out whole armies of Dorobanti. The goal of the Dorobanti is to dish out lots and lots of damage. They get a lot of attack, and they get a lot of hand armor to help them last a little bit longer in melee than they normally would with such low HP. Which voyage is he going for? He's going to Fiji, so this is the best voyage. It's the most expensive one and also the longest one. So we should expect to see some coin crates for this one. Also some nice huntables as well. He's also going to get a shipment for this. I'm thinking, yeah, he's probably going to be going for a very good crate shipment next. Yeah, this one right here, 800 food and 6 villagers. He's really going to be doing good with this card. And assuming if he were to macro on the wood now, he would be able to hit capital age very quickly. The difference between capital age and the enlightenment age, or I should say the H2 for Maori, is that the H2 politicians, you have to go for the most expensive one to get a shipment. For H3, it's a little bit more flexible. You could actually go for the mail option in New South Wales and still get a shipment for it. You don't have to go for the full Van Diemen Island Tasmania option if you don't want to. You can bank that for later so that your bush rangers are actually guard upgrade instead of simply being veteran upgrade. Still a good trick to keep in mind. He is going to be investing heavily into fishing, it looks like, though, because he just sent the fishing upgrade. And he's also sending his coin trickle. Now, I don't know if I would have sent the coin trickle. I would have either sent 800 food and 6 villages, or I would have sent the Pakoa Adzes. These basically give you all 3 of your market text for wood chopping for free, basically putting you so far ahead in wood chopping. You know, if you sent this right after the 800 food, he'd be in pretty good shape to get a quick age up, honestly. And he'd also be in a good defensive position at building lots of spearmen and getting his paws up as well. Because paws cost 300 wood, so they're pretty costly unless you're chopping a lot of wood. Let's see what Romania has in mind. So Romania is going for their first improvement for the market, it looks like. Probably also his first improvement for the hunting lodge as well. I don't know what he has in mind for Romania. Romania can be played in a million different ways. You know, they're quite a flexible civilization, you know. There's like probably billions and billions of ways you could play the Romanians and still do pretty good with them. You can go for traditional, you can go for a modernization-based play where you basically just modernize your barracks, your stable, and your foundry without even aging up at all. There's a lot of ways to play Romania. Oh, it looks like he's actually going to be doing sort of a mix of Roma and peasants. See, every time you send a Verdun with Roma inside, it actually reduces your build limit of peasants, which, depending on the situation, you might not want, because the problem with Roma is that they actually gather at a less rate when they're near the town centers. But in return, they trickle experience points while gathering, exactly like a Mapuche villager does. So if you could somehow keep these guys away from the town center and maybe build a tower house for defense, that could actually be pretty profitable for Alucard to get in shipments very quickly. And I think that's exactly what he has in mind too. He's already teching in the stagecoach, so is he feeling confident getting that third trading post maybe? We'll have to see. He is going to be producing Dora Bounty now. The infamous high attack, low HP musketeer of the Romanians. Also good armor. Basically, with such low HP, this sort of armor is a statement that yeah, I'm still an anti-cav unit and I can still hold my own against them for a little while anyways. But Mario responding properly with the group of marksmen. Make sure you're shooting the Dorabante here. Again, the full, oh, he's going for the, what's he doing now? No, I would have just stayed and shot this one out. Oh yeah, I think he probably went back to protect his Travelod then. Yeah, you could definitely win this fight, so yeah. These Dorabante are actually shooting slightly faster than usual thanks to this National Hero statue. Once that gets taken down, then they'll start shooting at a more normal rate. Yeah, just shoot the Dorabante. You can actually win against him right now. Yeah, that was just bad micro. He pulled out too quickly. Yeah, that train post is going up though for Maui, luckily. And he has a group of spearmen here to support him as well. Let's see what he's... Oh, so he's actually shipping in marksmen now.
Aye.
He's gonna... Yeah, he should get a little bit more mining going if he's gonna go committed age 2 like this. Oh, he's going for some treasures. Nice. 135 XP, that's pretty good. You could really use that right now. I mean, yeah, get... I don't think he should engage yet, though. I mean, yeah, he has the spearmen to help in the siege aspect, but once the Dorabante start closing in on him, they're going to fall pretty quickly to him. 34 attack, that's nothing to laugh at. Especially when they're... I believe they're being buffed by a card. Yeah, they are being buffed with the Age 2 cards, so... Yeah, definitely has to keep that in mind if he wants to deal with them, that they are going to dish out a lot of damage. And he's going to need pretty good numbers of marksmen to keep their numbers low. How's he doing in fishing? It seems like his dugout canoe numbers are pretty good. He is getting the other card to make the HP a little bit better for the Dorabante. As for the Maori, he's going to be shipping in whalebone carving. Increases whale gathering and infantry is 5% cheaper. I don't think I've ever used this card before. Pretty interesting effect. I guess if you're going on a war map like this, using a card like that's pretty intelligent. Because cheap infantry, that's good. And for whale gathering, they'll definitely guarantee him a lot of production of both the fighters and the marksmen. And it looks like he's going for that Van Diemen's Land voyage. This is the most expensive one he has access to now, so it'll take the longest to access. He'll get a bunch of veteran bushrangers for this one, as well as some local food, I would suppose. Like I think he's gonna get what, bush tomato or something, and I think some oh yeah, he'll probably get some Tasmanian devils as well. That's the other nice little bonus of getting Van Diemen's Island. You get to see the little devils run around and deal damage biting the enemy's ankles. Yeah. It's not a strong unit, but it's a fun little unit that has a lot of nice sound effects to it. He's just upgraded his villager's HP with, I think, the bark tree cloth, or whatever it's called. Yeah, so, I think now he's going to probably tech into advanced 2-power marksman, just to get that extra damage. Oh, he's actually going for, a Corolla settlement. This basically gives you Arsenal Technologies at your Freeport, which he's building right now. Freeport, for those who don't know, it's basically a saloon on water. It trains mercenaries, and it also has a special shipments that send European ships, but only one of them, with usually a couple of units inside of them. So he's going to power Spearmen into Tenawa Spearmen. Good. I can imagine he's going to get, he's getting counter infantry rifle and right away from that Freeport with those nice arsenal techs. His only issue is going to be numbers right now, and he also has to be careful of these mule artillery. The mule artillery are his biggest threat right now. He might have the age advantage, but he certainly doesn't have a lot of units up yet. Yeah, you better get those soon, because these mule artillery just start shredding him if he doesn't. Also, he should probably try to micro these a bit to get him closer into the infantry. Yeah. Also, sending this would be good too, the advance. So that way that short range attack is, you don't have to go in as deep to do it. For those that don't know, the Escopetero used to be a very different unit. It used to actually be a skirmisher unit. It had a different icon and different textures. It was a Latin American skirmisher unit that it had a normal range attack, and then when it got close, like you were within like 8 range of it, it would do a shotgun attack, like it does now at all ranges. But, and if you look here, the two-power marksman, well, it actually doesn't show that in this UI, but they actually have a short-range attack that deals splash damage and dishes out more damage than usual. And you'll notice that once these two powers move closer to the unit, they actually deal splash damage to them. And they actually did a lot of damage to these. Oh. I mean, I don't know, I think he probably could have held out longer myself, but who am I to say? If you're going to go for that method with the Maori, you need to get those marksmen out really quick. And you also have to make sure that you're microing really well. Like, you should have had 2 or 3 groups here, targeting them right into the center of these formations. So that way he's damaging like 10-20 units at a time instead of just one. And then you could chase these down, shoot one-shot these, and then there goes his offense. And at that point he'd have to retreat these, he'd have to retreat these. You know, he'd give him way too much map control by not building his army quick enough. He should have been making those marksmen while he was aging up, and switched over to mining. It looks like he did send the Axis card here, so he definitely was doing really good in wood economy. But just not in the right amount of time. Yeah, and it looked like Romania was just about at the end of their shipments as well. This was going to be the next one probably. This gives them access to some pretty good European arsenal technologies for their door bands, including paper cartridge, which actually gives even more damage to the door body, which is their strongest asset. Keeping that in mind, it definitely is a good card to go with if you're going infantry. Yeah, that was the first encounter, Alucard versus Fufi. Pretty impressive stuff. I mean, they both brought some interesting strategies to the table. And I think Fufi just needs to work on his combat skills a bit, you know. Getting the units out quick enough, where he chooses to fight, when he chooses to engage. Once he gets that down, I think he's going to be a very well-rounded fighter in Wars of Liberty. Now, his macro was excellent, superb actually. And his sort of like strategy, thinking of what strategy I'm going to go for, That was also pretty gifted, but you just need to apply it there with the combat side of things. So now we got Ivan versus Chori, the mighty chorizo. Let's see who beats who here. My bets are probably on Chori for this one, but I don't know. Oh, Zulu. He's going for blood today. Yeah, Chori's a very, very interesting Zulu player. You know, he gets pretty aggressive pretty quickly and goes right for your town center. Goes right for the throat. Ivan's going Portuguese. You know, this could actually be pretty painful for Chorizo if he doesn't take down a town center in time. Almost feels like a counter pick. Yeah, that could actually go pretty bad for Chori if he doesn't siege quick enough. One thing that Sharka can do that most explorers can't is he can actually siege a house. Right, he has a pretty good siege attack. Yeah, see, he actually has 5 more siege attack than the average explorer. And as a result, if you reach the opponent's base in time before they start playing down the first house, you can actually siege an enemy house before they even age up, which totally destroys their macro, because now they have to chop for an extra 100 wood just to train villagers or even ship their units. It's so annoying. And I've had people, when I do it to them, they just resign. They say, "Nah, I'm not dealing with that. No, I'm not dealing with that. I'm not dealing with you coming with your little shaka, burning my houses down, and me being 20 steps behind trying to get the food and what I need to start unit production and bill production once I hit that age 2 mark." I don't think Chori's going to do that, though. I think he's just looking for treasures at this point. He is already starting to get his library text now. This is Library Tech Blue 1. I can only imagine he's going to go for more of a balanced stage up with maybe 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 1 red. And as you can see from his HC, lots and lots of units, lots and lots of crates. All Zulu decks look like this pretty much. I don't know what the poison tea is there for. I mean, that's a very situational card, I think. He'd be much better be off having the Dahima, whatever it's called, the one that improves his shield bash ability and his stats. I usually go for that one because that could actually be applicable in combat against armies, because Shaka, his shield bash ability actually lets him do quite a bit of damage to skirmish units in particular. He could sometimes take out like maybe 2 or 3 units once he really starts building stats. And with the Dahima card, it basically doubles the shield bash's damage, making it a really deadly weapon. Oh, he's not going for balance, he's actually going 2 blues. The benefit of going blue library text with Zulu is that you get a porter, which you can use to build a building with, so more econdas, which equals more population for him. Right, he has 1 econda now. He can use, and he's also going to be sending red 1, so he can start military production. You need at least red 1 to start training infantry units. The H2 ones anyways. And also the H2 shock units. Portuguese going up with the Artisan. However, note that Chori is already up in age. He's already up in age. This could go pretty badly. If I was facing against a Zulu, I would try to age up very, very quickly. Start building military. Because if you don't start building military right away against the chorizo is going to penetrate you super hard with his army. You know? Nice long and hard chorizo. coming to the attack. And see, he's already starting to get his youth sort of station to go forward. We should expect him probably to go and make these into firebrands or... Oh, Impy, so he's going Impy, alright. Impy, simply just musketeers that throw spears instead of shooting guns. That's all you need to know about them. They got pretty unique stats. I think their rate of fire is better than that of a musketeer, but the range attack is clearly less. And later on, again, they can turn into the palace unit of the Zulu, Isikulo. Isikulo being a very powerful melee unit. Yeah, but Portuguese did manage to age up in time, though. That's good. Because if Troy does decide to go for that sort of entrance, say, town center siege, he is going to have to deal with an extra town center firing back at him. And he also actually sent colonial militia as well, so Ivan knows exactly what he's doing here when he's dealing with the chorizo, you know. He came prepared, and that I respect that a lot, you know. Sometimes people come into a match against an opponent and they're not prepared to deal with their stuff. Looks like Ivan prepared ahead of time. The one thing he does need to worry about, though, is map control. See, Churi already has 4 trading posts. This is going to mean a lot of shipments coming in. He's going to start climbing the age-up ladder very quickly. And probably with large numbers of units. And just to review his H3 cards, he does have Ascari, Firebrands, Clubman, and Impy. Oh, he's building a redoubt as well. So I think Ivan is simply going to try to turtle this out, probably. Which, not the worst idea. I mean, Portuguese is the one civ where turtling is not a bad idea because you can boom while you're doing it. Other civs, turtling can sometimes be risky, but as the Portuguese, your turtle is so good. Because it's very defensive and it enables booming. His biggest issue was probably just be getting more food once he runs out of his hunts that he's on now. And that's where Zulu could become a real headache for him, because they get these very nice one-pop Boompackety Clubmen, simple scout unit equivalent of a coyote runner. They can raid very quickly. In my encounter with Troy, he actually used those to quite a good extent for raiding on the Hudson Bay map. Could expect the same here. But yeah, this is actually going to probably be a long match now that I think about it, so I don't think we're going to see H2 victory. We're probably going to see an H3 or 4 victory, because we haven't even hit the halfway mark for the match yet. He's going to attempt to push with Spearman and Impy. I don't know how this is going to... Let me look at his resource count, Ivan. Can he afford to send the militia out if he has to? But not yet, but he will be able to eventually. He is shipping these volunteers out, though. These volunteers will dish out full multiplier damage to all the units he's produced and he's rushing with. Yeah, if he could keep these volunteers safe behind his town centers, yeah, he really should be trying to keep them out of shooting range of the Impy, just so he can stall them out. Ooh, nice! He's got Hussars, nice. Good age-up timing too, just in the nick of time. Hopefully he can keep... He needs to keep him distracted now, though, so he doesn't burn that TC down. Yeah. Yeah, don't... Shoot. Yeah, no, you I don't know what he's thinking. He should have shot them, you know. You gotta stall him out. You need to shoot units. You need to keep them distracted. You can't just try to micro into a better position to keep the units. I'd rather you lose your whole army of volunteers and get a free town center than lose your town center and have a few volunteers. You know, a town center is worth 600 wood. Volunteers? 8 volunteers? Yeah, actually, they are quite expensive in that regard, but it's a gradual acquisition, right? It's not an upfront cost of 600 wood. You'd be training them in batches of 2 to get to that number. And that you would have a little bit more time to prepare for it macro-wise. Now, if he wants that town center, he's going to have to use one of his wood shipments to get it back. Yeah. Still though, I mean, Portuguese are, I think, a little bit ahead right now. He does have the Cacadores available. And with the Cacadores, oh, it looks like he went for a bit of a raid up here too with those stars. Those were taken out. I think at the moment he can probably defend his base right now with these Cacadores, assuming he doesn't go full clubman, which looks like he's almost exactly doing. So he needs to be really careful with these clubmen. He needs to get a... Does he have line infantry? Yeah, he needs to start training some sort of line infantry out of... He doesn't need more skirmishers, he needs some line infantry or halberdiers. One or the other. He can make some halberdiers and ship the Cacadores in instead. That would probably be the best thing right now, because then he'd be able to fight off another army. If he goes full skirmisher, he runs the risk of getting dominated by these clubmen. Yeah. How's the bill count doing? Let me see. Look at the bill count. 18. And Chorizo. How much is Chorizo at? Yeah, see, that's kind of disturbing for Ivan. You really should be ahead in villagers at this point. The fact that he hasn't kept his villager production up kind of defeats the purpose of being Portuguese, honestly. I mean, yeah, he has the defensive aspect, and that's great, but you're supposed to be very boomy with this. You can't be falling back on your vill production. You know, you have to keep those hunts coming in. So you are literally doubling your vill count right now. What are you going to do about that? And part of that is to blame for the yellow library text, which gives free villagers. I get that, but still, you're Portuguese, man. You should probably be on like 30 something vills right now. You know, but he's only on 18. This is going to be 7. Oh, yeah, he's really behind in villager production, looks like. But I think he's just doing that because he's scared of getting raided, I think. That's why he's sort of pulling back and building military right now, which I completely get. You know what I mean? If you're worried about getting raided by the Zulu, you're probably very smart to be worried, because they're one of the most raiding-based civs in this game right now. With the fort, though, I think he'll finally, and he did do a good job at herding these hunts over as well. I think on Chori's part, he should have just killed this settler a long time ago and denied him that hunt. But because he didn't do that, now Ivan is going to have more food coming in that he can use for unit production. He's going to make some dragoons, which, not the worst unit, I mean, they definitely help add to your firepower, and they do really good melee against these clubmen, so I can't complain there. I personally would have preferred halberdiers, though, in this matchup, in this skirmish, because it's clear he's not going for any bowmen, and he's not going for any Ascari yet. So to me, halberdier would be the better option, because it's got hand armor to deal with the spearmen, and it's got hand armor to deal with the clubmen. You know, multipliers against the clubmen, and if you put it in the cover mode, it can even last a good while against the impy spears being thrown at. But we'll have to see how the dragoon play does. Got Cacadores and dragoons here. Yeah, Troy's not going to be able to go in right away. And the thing that Troy hasn't had to deal with yet is a full batch of Minutemen. See, it looks like Ivan is actually banked on his Minutemen batches right now. And if he wanted to, he could probably get like a good 32 or something Minutemen out between his 3 remaining batches. The 2 advanced ones and the 1 regular one he still has. So if he needs army in a pinch, he can fall back on that. And that would deal lots of damage against these firebrands and basically deny him. Yeah, that'd basically take care of the siege issue and provide decent firepower against everything else. Troy's just starting to get his later library text now. This will be red 3 and yellow 3. That'll put him in the capital age and he can start shipping his Scary and training him. Which is probably what he's going to do. What I would do at this stage in the game is the Zulu. I would probably go for industrial age actually and try to get mountain guns. Because the mountain guns in large numbers would decimate this fort. Would also decimate his army of skirmishers. And all I would have to do to deal with dragoons would be just make some Ascari. Or at least ship them. Because you can't ship mountain guns so you can devote your resources to that. You can ship Ascari to defend those cannons. Oh, he's going to be pushing it now, though. Get the dragoons into melee. Yes, he's... Yep. Good. Oh. It's kind of a tricky situation. I would put the dragoons into melee. You know, block them off a little bit. Block them off just a teeny weeny bit. I mean, he's still doing really well, though. I mean, can't complain too much. The forts definitely helped stalling them out long enough, though. Yeah. The fort's definitely helping him out, I think. The fort's going down, though, so now he's going to have to use this town center fire to defend. I don't think this tech's going to kill him. I don't think so. But then again, he is adding in more MP. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he should have been able to survive that skirmish. Skirmish should have been defended. Yeah, I don't know. I could tell from a resources standpoint, I think it's the end for the Portuguese here. Like, they're just really behind on resources. Zulu are really eating up that map control like crazy, going from architects, taking all the Huns, taking all the mining. This is Zulu at their peak, when they can control the map. Because Zulu require a lot of natural resources. They're not good at farming and sitting back and mining. You know, the Zulu farming doesn't pick up until industrial age when they can get all their farming techs for free. With the, let me see if he has that in his deck actually, if he has the, this one here, Sessile Cultivation. Gives you all your farming techs, including the Imperial Age one, for free. Once Zulu get that, then they can fall back on farming, but until then, they're kind of in a pickle. They lose their natural resources. Also, they got another one here, this one, Otavi Mining Company. It removes the coin cost from the rocks. So if he wanted to build rocks from one of his quarries to keep mining for coin, it would only cost about 100 wood then. The coin cost would be removed. And then keep in mind the coin cost for a rock is about 200 coin, making that removal of that cost actually quite significant in the long run. And it kind of removes that sort of catch-22 that you have to pay with coin to make more coin. You know, it's sort of like a herdable where you're paying food to get more food later. So yeah, that makes them like coin hurtables, except for the fact that they aren't hurtables. All the coin is right there for you to get. He is stripping a Scary. Very good skirmish and good multipliers. And does he have, he doesn't have the Shroops, and I think it's Shrutzen, Shrutspin. It's a nice card that actually gives the Zulu Ascari +1 multiplier on their maneuver and their heavy. So they actually end up with probably the strongest Ascaris in Africa, I would say. Maybe even more than the Ethiopians. They might have less damage, but their multipliers, I don't know, pretty good. It's very rare to see a skirmisher with multipliers above 3. About 3.5. You know who actually gets really good multipliers now is the Danish. They get multipliers about 4x against heavy infantry, thanks to their double advanced arsenal card. Yep, he's going to try to flank these revolving cannons, though. It's not going to work. Yeah, at this point, you may as well keel over at this point, you know. Zulu, it's at their peak and you're not yours. Yeah, he can try to fall back on Cacadors and Dragoons for now, but once you get a large coin count as Zulu, they could make like 20 of these things. He should be making like 20 of these. Yeah, you can spam artillery as Zulu. He might actually be banking up for the mound guns, actually. And if he's doing that, boy, is this going to get really hot really quickly. Because mound guns are literal heavy cannons, you know. And the fact that you can get like 40 of them as Zulu sometimes on top of your other army is actually really, really scary to deal with. Because literally their infantry are completely powerless, you know. They can't even touch them. They're untouchable. You really gotta hope that you have like 50 culverins and you micro them perfectly, like it was a risk game, to be able to deal with that. Or the Nunkins. This man's desperate, it looks like. He's going for the spearmen. Going for spearmen. Yeah, this is kind of a little late to be going spearmen, my friend. You want halberdiers and cacadores, or dragoons and cacadores, one or the other. Or you could go armed infantry as well. Though I'd be a little bit less tempted to do that because of the Scary and the revolving cannon edition. He is pulling into those Minutemen down, though. These Minutemen are going to do some good work. He is getting some kills in there, though. Good. Oh, here comes the clubman to finish him off. Men and Cacadores are going to... Yeah, GG. Well, I can say for sure that I'm always happy to see the Portuguese getting destroyed in a Wars of Liberty tournament. Because to me, they seem like the most lamest sort of civ to go with, because they're both vanilla, which is boring. And they're kind of annoying to deal with on the map because they can just hide behind the town centers. You know, so when we see them getting kills, it's always fun to see. This will be match 2 of Troy versus Ivans. Ivans is probably going to go to France, I would imagine. He loves French. It's almost as if he likes croissants and snails, you know. Oh, he's going... Yep, Troy actually... come on, man. Come on, man. Really? I wanted to see that, too. Like, most people don't know Troy actually is pretty good with the Greek civilization, you know. We share that in common. I would have loved to see a Greek game played that wasn't my own, you know. Why don't more people go Greeks? You know, they're the best civ ever. Well, that's unfortunate and sad. I have to go to Gene P versus Delian then. Counter number 3. Counter number 3. Let's go. Yeah, I don't care about that. As long as we don't out-sync, that's all I care about. Yeah, that's all I care about. So we got the commandment civ, I need so, and then we got Dreampy here with the Portuguese lamer crap. Ew, man, don't go Portuguese. That's disgusting. It's only good if you're bad as them and you end up losing. That's the only time I like Portuguese is when they're losing. Yeah, so it looks like, let's look at the decks actually. See, British, they're actually quite similar to Latin Americans and Balkans is. They get a lot of good infinite shipments, you know, for units. And the British home series in that regard can be pretty powerful because they can keep relying on their infinite shipments to keep them healthy throughout the match. Whereas the Portuguese, yeah, I don't know which deck he's going to go for, so we'll have to see. Portuguese, they're really built to just defend and boom until they can spam millions of units at you in the mid to late game. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys do it. See, British can actually do a bit of a boom themselves. You know, if there was like water on this map, he could actually build like 5 docks and get about 10 free fishing ships with the Greek marriage. And in Age 4, you can obviously get 2 banks or 2 sawmills. It has options for your marriage age-ups. Also, British also have the option to turn their settlers into courier de bias, basically, so they'll be a little bit more expensive, but they also gather 10% faster, like adding an economic theory to them. He's sending Colbertism now. Keep in mind, British don't get villager or settler shipments, so they have to rely on trickle cards, which they get about 3 of. He has capitalism and Colbertism. Could have also had distributivism in here as well, which that's usually what I have, you know, because I know I'm not getting any villager shipments, so at least when I get those trickles in there that I can rely on even when I'm not gathering. It'll be interesting to see what marriage he has in mind, because there's many different ways to play British based on their marriages. You know, they love to sleep around in England, I would guess, so we'll see what they go for. Right now about 14. We'll be probably seeing the age up pretty soon from both of them. And which deck did they go for, the Portuguese? We went for Fast Fortress Trading Post. So we're going to be expecting probably some grab for the map control with this deck. At least from what the name is anyways. And he's going to be banking his shipment as well for crates probably, or units later on, it seems like. Or maybe even redoubts. We'll see. I mean, I think Portuguese are probably going to win, but I'm not too sure. I hope they don't win. I don't like people going for the lane Portuguese and winning that way. Rather than be more of a man and go Peru or something. Yeah, because he's good at Peru, right? He's been with a couple of other suits as well. So what marriages they dispersed going for? They're going for the Prince of Orange, the Dutch. This is the marriage that I like. See, they give you 3 African slaves, which concern the fact that you don't get any villager cards. That sort of acts as like an Age 1 shipment of settlers for you. What it also does is it cuts the build limit of settlers by about 2/3, so you only can build about 33 settlers. But at the same time, you also get access to the Indian villager that costs wood, and the African slave which costs coin. So basically you get the same build limit of 99 gatherers, but it's distributed between 3 different villagers with the different resource costs. it's kind of an interesting way to go, because if you in particular need a certain resource for a unit or a building, you can actually opt to use another resource to keep your villager production up at all times. You know, and obviously having a couple of slaves in there is good defensively as well because of their melee. Capitalism is coming in now. I don't know if you should have went capitalism. I would have went with the wood first and maybe get the capitalism later. Who am I to say? Closer mines and gangsta coming in. So it's definitely tapping into some market things right now. Against Portuguese, not a bad idea because Portuguese rarely rush you, you know. They're not an aggressive. Portuguese are just sitting back trying to boom. They're boomers, baby boomers, so. Yeah, where's he going to begin? He's going to the House of Braganza. Yeah, he's definitely going for the trade route then. That's definitely happening. But it looks like British are going to do the smart play and get there in time with the barracks. Yeah, kind of that dream of his short. Yeah, this is good for the British, because if he does go for those free upgrades to the trade route, he's only going to be able to benefit from one trading post for the time being. He's also sending spice trading as well to benefit his hunting gathering rate, so maybe he's anticipating a bit of an early fight up front. He needs to get that food in quickly. Also getting the heavy coat as well. The great coat, actually, it's very great. Some more HP for his settlers. Very good. Now, British are going to be going for red coats.
Yes.
Red coats being a little bit more expensive, but also a lot better against shock units than normal. Coin is coming for the British. Yeah, I mean, that's alright. I mean, he's also going for steel traps, so maybe he's looking to age up soon. Who knows? I doubt that. I think he's just trying to keep his queue of red coats going. Right. I think red coats right now are a pretty good option. I don't see Portuguese aging up yet. Yeah, Portuguese aren't quite ready to do the age up yet, so pressing them a bit with red coats right now, not the worst idea. He does need about 400 wood though to get that age up, that sweet spot that he needs, so yeah, he better get that soon if he wants to go for the cacadores and start pushing back. About 9 red coats, alright. Could apply a little bit of pressure with that, I think. Yeah, I mean, he should be able to once around here by his hunt, I think, and maybe shoot 1 or 2 if he's careful. But the problem is, though, he's sort of idled in front of the market. I mean, I think it's just too hard. This is why I don't like Portuguese, you know. It's really always a bad idea to attack them because these town centers just deal so much damage against you. It's not even funny. And then you add the redoubts in, and it's... Yeah, he only has about 3 of these. Like, really? How do you expect anyone to deal with that in a fair and reasonable way, you know? And he's also sending the academic, which will... I think it's going to give him cavalry, I believe. Either that or... He didn't go for the marksman, which most Portuguese players do to get the cacadores, you know. The gunsmith, as it's called here. So it should be interesting to see what he gets in return for that. My question is, what did British have? And see, this is the cool thing about going for the Dutches. He's able to keep getting his food up in time to age up by instead opting to go for slaves to use up his coin, which he has more in surplus of than his food, which he needs to age up with. So it lets you macro more efficiently as a result. what makes the Dutch the better option for optimal macro gameplay. What marriage is he going for age 3? He's going for the Belgians. I like the Belgian option for marriage because it gives you access to the Belgian native units. The Niam Niam, the Hunga Munga, and the Zappa Zap. And also gives you a native embassy wagon as well to start training him with. So he'll be able to plop that right next to his barracks here and add that to his offense. What I would probably do once I hit age 3 of the Britishers, start going heavy on the household blue shipments. Yeah, that's probably what I would do, because it's a very good assault unit that until you see the Dragoons start coming out will do a lot of damage to the Cacadores. So what's his plan right now? He's got some green jackets, he's got some red coats here. Is he going to try to engage? Is he going to try to, oh, he's raiding. Nice. This is a good raid. You know, just chase. That's a weird, it's almost as if he's leading him away from his town center, which I find kind of funny, you know. I don't know why he's engaging with the Cacadores, though. Like, cool, you shot one down, nice, but, they learn the settlers run away and go somewhere you might not want them to go. Yep, here's the native embassy to start making those Belgian African natives. Should be an interesting skirmish in H3. Yeah, household blues, good. I like this unit a lot. This is a good unit. But he didn't go for the gay option of getting Moonlight Charge, though. Moonlight Charge lets these guys go stealthy. He's not doing that, though, so I don't know if he's trying to simp for GP or what. I would have gotten the Moonlight Charge. Go into stealth, lead his Cacadores out, and then just eat them alive. That teaches him a lesson for going for Cacadores. He would never train those things ever again after seeing that. Yeah, that's the thing about stealth when you have it for such a good unit like a assault unit is. The slower your enemy reacts, like the more they idle as they're moving, the more damage they end up doing. Imagine getting 2 extra swipes in from your whole entire, like 100 of these. Imagine 100 of these with that amount of splash doing 1 or 2 extra strikes without taking any damage in return. That's pretty astronomical. And even when they're not taking advantage of stealth, they're still very solid 720 HP unit. Yeah, he's going to be able to kill these, you know. And he's going to be able to keep up production of, I would start training the M-Yams from the native embassy right now, alongside these household blues, so that way you can start sieging the town centers. Because the M-Yams are the one way you can actually start putting pressure on the Portuguese buildings really well. Yeah, exactly. And here comes the factory wagon for the British. Is he? Yeah, no, this is going to be a problem though, the halberdiers. Yeah, this is what Ivanhoe made in his game against Troy, these halberdiers. Halberdiers, very wonderful European unit. They do a lot of damage and they're also pretty tanky in melee. They basically would evade Troy's army alive. And while he's doing regrouping there, factory's going down, another barracks is going down as well on the British side. Yeah, you really should be making some more household blues though, because if you get enough of them, you can actually overpower these infantry units. But you need the numbers. The neat thing about the household blue is it actually doesn't cost a lot of coin for cavalry, right? A normal cuirassier would be about 150 coin. This only costs about 100 coin. but he is winding himself up into a trap. Right, he's playing Ring Around the Rosie with his assault units, which is just getting himself stabbed in the process. Which, I don't know why he's doing that. He's giving up too much of an advantage, you know. Kind of pathetic, honestly. You know, you need to micro a bit better than that. You have to really make sure you micro better than that when you're dealing with costly units like this. They're really good, but if you lose them for free, man, you're really doing yourself a disservice to winning. Also, where are the Nyam Nyams, you know? Even the Hungamungas, those could have been pretty good. Because if he gets those Hungamungas on these Capadories, he could actually one-shot them with those things. Which could be good. It would also deny him any sort of Dragoon play as well, if he decides to switch into those. Yeah, so when are we going to see the shipping of the Household Blues to reinforce? That's what I think would come next. Unless he wants to do Green Jackets instead, which is alright. It is an infinite shipment. I like how he has the Portuguese busy on the native embassy right now. But why aren't you producing? Where is your production, man? Make something. Make Household Blues. Make Green Jackets. Make something. This is part of macro, basically in RTS. When you have the resources, don't float them. Do something with them. Either make technologies, age up, or start attacking, making military units. Don't float resources for nothing, because then you're just wasting the resources, and you're wasting the point of having an economy then. Right? I would have tried to get another batch of these assault units out, and I guess, yeah, it looks like he is falconets, maybe. Field artillery is there. Foot artillery, as they're called in this game now, Wars of Liberty. I guess so. I mean, I definitely don't have an issue with foot artillery being utilized, but I think he could have probably did alright with just the Household Blues for a while and maybe add the artillery in later. Yeah. And I also don't get why he's sitting here down with his army down. Like it's almost as if he's zoning out with his army and not even considering defending himself. Because really your most basic instinct when you're playing should be to defend your base, you know. Even if you're not going to attack or do any fancy footwork, you need at least defend your base. And if you were to, per se, lose his factory, that would be really sad for him, you know. That's such a wonderful advantage to have this early in the game. Such a wonderful trickle for you to lose that. Gosh, that's pretty sad, you know. He did deny him an artillery foundry, which I find pretty interesting. I mean, here's the thing though. This is why abandoning your stable and going for the artillery is so weird. What do you expect to get out of one cannon, you know? One cannon is not going to do enough for you. You might get a shot in, you might get 2 shots in, but what do you do after that? You know, he's not macroing on the wood, so he's completely housed right now, which, you know, dude, really? Why don't you get some wood? He has about 500 wood that he could, and he's, yeah, good. Get some houses down. Don't house yourself. Stop housing yourself, you know? Get some houses down. Get that queue of foot artillery going. Maybe get a stable. And from there we'll see what we can do to survive. But if you don't do that, there's not much you can do to help yourself, you know? It's kind of a done deal. It's kind of a done deal. You need to get something. You have to get Green Jackets, foot artillery, Household Blue. You need to produce something. And he's not producing anything.
Yes.
Nothing. Not producing anything. He's holding on to almost enough resources to reach industrial age, which he might be thinking of doing, but I don't know. Well, at this point in the game, Unless he's planning on doing Spanish marriage into 4 Congreve rockets, because Spanish marriage gives you 1 shipment. I don't see why he's banking so much resources. He might be doing that, I just don't know. You know, I just think though at this point it's not well executed. Yeah, it's not well executed if that is his plan, because really you're supposed to synergize it to the point where you have an army of like cherry bums, household blues, or redcoats. A good mass of regular units should justify the massing of rockets, because rockets are a very powerful unit, right? But if you let them stay undefended, they're going to get eaten alive by a number of things. Hussars, halberdiers, maybe even skirmishers in large numbers. Yeah, so he is in fact not doing that. He was just idling really hard, it looks like. Which, I don't know what you're thinking of doing, you know? You should have did this sooner, buddy. You had the resources for a long time and you did nothing. You let him burn your houses down for free. You could have used that 500 wood to make 5 of these cannons, and he would literally be shaking in his boots and he'd have to go home. But what you did was, you just decided, oh, I'm going to keep my army down here, and all the action is up here. This wasn't even a foreseeable danger, you know? It's not like you had like 40 halberdiers waiting here to slice them up if you went up there. No. Should have gotten involved sooner and stalled them. Had a batch of Falks coming out, and then when those arrived, he would have been forced to retreat. It's like he handed them the win. Yeah, and it looks like Portuguese are going to be moving into stable. And see, at this point, it's kind of a loss at this point, because you're giving Portuguese so much time to prepare themselves militarily. He actually had the time and resources to invest in the culverins just to take out these foot artillery. Watch these things fall one by one now. Yep, one by one they're going to start falling. That whole entire investment of yours just went down the drain. Yep, he's going to shoot another one, and he's probably even going to get he's at least damaged an R1 by half. Yeah. Yeah, they're such low HP now, he could probably just shoot them now with what he has. Culverins did the job perfectly. Yep, and he's going to send more of the culverins too. So, I hope he's not thinking of sending more of these foot artillery, because if he is, luckily he's not. He just executed that really badly, to the point that these anti-artillery are going to basically eat them. But he is turning more foot artillery, so I don't know what he's thinking. Like, really? What's your plan, man? What's your plan, man, from here? It's not looking too good. You had a lot of unit advantages early on. You just gave them up for nothing, up for squat. Because you wanted to do whatever it is you're doing. He's finally building a stable now, so he can get those household blues, which I was talking about, to combine with the artillery. Right? One of the best combinations, if you can pull it off and keep them pressured, is household blues and Congreve rockets. Household blues and foot artillery. Artillery and cavalry for British is really good. Right? And if you are worried about scout units outrunning the assault units, you can actually add the Scots Greys in there as well, and they deal splash damage with their straight swords, which makes them really good. I used them yesterday, in fact. In fact, in that upload I put on there this morning, right? That British game when I was building the fort. Yeah, I ended up dying in that match, but as you see, if I didn't lose my initial base and that was me like pushing out, you can see how dangerous that can actually be, especially if I had a lot more of them. Like combining Scots Greys and household blues with the artillery. That's really a strong suit for the British. Right, they don't get any sort of like godly units by any chance. They just get sort of the generic units with different sorts of stats. With the exception of their Artist Rifle, which is clearly a very unique unit, an anti-skirm. Everything else, though, pretty basic for the British. Just with really good stats in certain areas. Or different resource costs as well. So he's very green jacket. Yeah, that should have came in sooner, I think. Especially since he was teching into him so much. And here comes the Infinite Household Blues shipment. Is this the Infinite one? Yeah, yep, here comes the Household Blues. Very good choice. I just think he's way behind, though. He should have been thinking of this like 10 minutes ago, 10 to 8 minutes ago, when he hit the capital H. You know what I mean? He's way too late to the game at this point to be doing this stuff to himself, you know? His reaction time has been really sluggish this game in terms of coming up with plans. That's what's been eating him, I think. Looks like Portuguese, for some reason, are just getting the stagecoach upgrades now on the trade routes. This is really weird and sad because he had them free for so long, but he never teched into them. When something's for free, man, just get it, you know. That's a critique of the Portuguese, you know. I've been critiquing the British for the most part this match, but that's one thing that the Portuguese could definitely benefit from, is actually take advantage of the free things that they actually have, right? You're going to send a card that makes your trade route upgrades free, but you're actually not going to send them till you're basically winning the match. Like, you know, dude, really? Even if you wanted to keep them on XP, the stagecoach does benefit the XP acquisition as well. So, there's really no excuse of holding back on that regard. No, there's none. He should have just been on the ball with that. You know, and that's how a lot of these people lose their matches. They're just not on the ball with the things they're supposed to be on the ball with, right? Economy, military, tech choice, map control. You fall behind in those areas and the cracks start opening up all over the place, you know? You need to be optimal with your resources, with your unit compositions. You need to be constantly analyzing things all the time. And if you don't analyze things, you make a fool of yourself in front of your opponent. And it is a very hard skill to acquire, though. You know, I'm gonna say that. You need hours and hours and hours of experience to get good at this stuff. But you need to get good at it if you want to start hitting higher ELO ratings, if you want to start doing what I do where I post content. You need to really practice hard on this stuff. And I'm not even extremely good, right? I'm like a 1.2k ELO in Definitive Edition, but I at least have the basics down and can, you know, assess situations and matches, decide, alright, now we have to switch over to this, now we have to switch over to that. I'm just not fast at like the higher level players are, right? Like I don't have the sort of telepathy of doing things within seconds. Like I can work towards getting the stable zone time and stuff, but some people just micro hard with their light cavalry and just deny me that stuff. So that's the next level of learning that I have to learn to do. Anyways, good long match, you know. It's good to see matches that go longer like that. I don't like to see quick wins in H2. It gets kind of boring real quickly. Good show that they put on, regardless, you know. And I might critique lots of people and say, do this, do that, do this. It's not me saying that you're a horrible player or to stop playing, you know. It's learn these skills, and maybe then next time you'll start acquiring victories, right? You'll start getting wins. Well, anyways, we got Romanians versus the Canadians. Interesting combination. I think Canadians are probably in the advantage. You know, all they really need to do is just make a bunch of their Marine troopers the Marines, right? And the troopers basically destroy door bounty, and they can even destroy Kalaras as well, the Kalarashi. Right, the Kalaras, pretty low HP for a cav unit, so yeah. I think the Canadians are probably going to win this one, probably pretty quickly as well, if I stand corrected. How's the Deland? See, the Deland deck actually looks not too different than the Alucard deck, just without some of the upgrade cards here. Yeah. I mean, I'll say this though, for a Romanian deck, this is actually not a bad one. You know what I mean? He has all the essentials. He has the Mule Artillery, he has the Kalaras, he has the Door Bounty, he has the Hajusi. And he even has Counter Fish Boom as well, which... one thing I would say though is I don't like torpedo boats. You know what I mean? I think they're the worst light ship in the game. Right. And that's why when I do a tier list for Wars of Liberty for this patch, on some week, I don't know what week I'll do it, but I'll definitely do it on stream. I'll probably put Serbs above Greeks just because of the fact that they have a decent light ship that isn't the same as the torpedo boat and has more range on it. Yeah, that's something that actually makes the Serbs better on war than even the Greeks, who are supposed to be the warsive of the nation-state culture. So Canadians are going to be starting out with Maple Syrup. It's a good card to get if you're on a team, but if you're alone, like it's a 1 versus 1, I would either go 2 Fur Traders or I would go for Team 2 Pioneers. Right? It depends. Like if I was in need of more wood or coin, I would go for the Pioneers. If I wanted to just go flat out eating meat, Fur Traders, really good. Really good gatherers of that. How are they doing? Yeah, Romania is definitely ahead. See, this is actually going to be something that puts Romania in an advantage. It's the fact that they sent the villager shipment, but Canadians no. So Canadians are actually going to be pretty behind. And the thing is that food income for Canadians in Age 1, not that important, honestly. It's really to the benefit of your team members to send this card out. Right, if it's just for you, you're better off sending 2 Pioneers to get your wood up in time to age up a bit quicker. Unless you really want to start on... If you really wanted to get a start on food, the Fur Traders would get the food a lot quicker. Right, and keep in mind you can upgrade later with hunting dogs and the second hunting upgrade that the Anglophonies get, and that would actually make the Fur Traders even better overall than this tiny little Maple Syrup card is going to get you. It's a team card, so it's even less food trickle than Colbertism for the British would basically provide you. Which faction? So he's going New France. So yeah, we're definitely seeing the troopers, the Marines as expected. Alright, the Romanians, they're going for Mihail Sutu. He is the barracks politician. So he's going to begin some, I think it's some free Scythemen with that age up. If I recall. Might be Door Bounty, but I think it's just Scythemen. Scythemen, awesome unit, you know. Even if you don't plan on fighting cavalry, pulling Scythemen just to put them into cover mode to soak up their bullets and to siege their buildings is actually quite good. Yeah. I don't have a problem with Scythemen, especially the fact that they even deal splash damage and melee makes them really well-rounded melee unit, even in non-cavalry situations. Nothing ever wrong with going Scythemen. Unless they're going full skirmish or a cannon or something, then you probably want to think of other stuff you can do. But in most cases, having a couple Scythemen in there to soak up damage with their cover mode is quite good. how's the home city look? So yeah, he does have a bit of combat potential with these cards. He does have Dominion. Dominion makes your log cabins cheaper, which basically lets Canada do a full wood boom with their log cabins a lot easier. And for cheaper too. So they can get less upfront cost of their wood to get a full stack of log cabins going. See, Canada, their log cabins trickle wood, right? So the more of these you have, the better. You can have up to a total trickle of 4 wood per second if you get every log cabin in your build limit, which is quite good, considering your age ups actually cost wood instead of food. So it's really in your best interest to get them. Oh, this is deer hunt. This is the second hunting upgrade for the fur traders and the pioneers. So he's definitely looking into getting some food production. What's he going for units? He's going for Scytheman and Caloras. I will say that actually doesn't sound too bad right now, because if he can get them into a good siege and start pressuring his log cabins with them, the Caloras can sort of facilitate the anti-skirmish aspect that he would need to start rushing with. So I can't say... Oh, and he also even shipped the mule artillery in as well, so... I think right now Romania's in pretty good shape for attacking.
Gata de luptă.
Yeah, so he has a good scout unit, and he has a good light artillery unit to combine with his spearmen. It looks like he's mellowing out into Hajusi too, so... I don't know. I probably would have went with the Scytheman. Let me look at the cost. I guess it's alright. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I would have just made more spearmen and went for a rush. You know, go for the log cabins. You can down 1 or 2 of them. That's pretty good. He is actually getting craftsmanship, which is the first wood chopping upgrade for the nation states. He has a bit of a mixed army right now, which I don't know if this is the way to go. But interesting. So we might see some free trackers as a defensive measure by the Canadians. Yep. Canada's just going full macro right now, it looks like. Full economy. Fully good. He's probably gonna... Oh, that's a rebound. So yeah, he's looking to Oh, good! Good job, Romania. You come up good. Good. Good job. Nice. Don't lose it now. Don't lose it. I mean, you did good. You did good on the rushing aspect, right? Nice. Then he's gonna kill these Minutemen. Nice, you got another one down. Good. Very good. Get these trackers, you know, kill these trackers. He's had hesitated a bit there, which, I don't know. Will he be able to kill the trackers though? I'm curious. I think these trackers have a lot of HP. That's what makes the trackers. Yep, he's sending in the spearmen. Good. I'm just watching Canada right now to see what the arrival time will be for those Marines and more natives. Ooh, good. Got that one down. Alright. Good. Canada. Good. He's gonna get the town slayer down too. The town slayer is, oh! Yeah, if he didn't have that readout there, he wouldn't have done that. That shipment would have been denied, by the way. Yeah, exactly. That would have been not good for Romania. No, for Canada, that is. Yeah, Canada would have been in deep trouble if that went down. That they didn't have that tower there. Yeah. How's these resources doing, the Romanians? They're doing alright. I mean, considering the fact that they went aggro, resources look pretty average for that. Yeah, Canada's plans are definitely dashed right now. I think they wanted to age up into Metis Rebels or Fencibles to deal with the Romanians. Now that's not the case anymore. Now, at the very least, he's going to have to wait to get the wood up to do that. And then he's got to need even more wood to just age up because he's Canada. He's going to try to catch up back a little bit by booming up a bit with these Cree couriers, which are really good gatherers, really good villagers. That's another redo. He's looking to defend at this point. What's Romania doing though? Like, what's this? So they're gonna go Hajusi? That's probably good because the Hajusi, good damage output, you know. They do quite a bit of damage. And if we do any sort of spontaneous later or any sort of rifleman, Juicy definitely good for that. Door Bounty coming in. I mean, at this point, he probably should just switch the Door Bounty, I would imagine, just to deal more damage. You know, they deal like 30-something damage against these units. That could be pretty big in a large swarm. Or he should go to Calaras because it's a scout unit and counters both of these things quite well. But for the more balanced option, the Door Bounty would definitely be the choice. Yep, and that's exactly what he's doing too. He's going for the Door Bounty. I'm just surprised Canada's still in this. They should have really died at this point. I think that's probably Romania to blame for not getting an extra batch of spearmen earlier. Right, if they could have gotten the spearmen a little bit sooner, maybe they could have denied that tower, and maybe then he'd just have Cree trackers to defend. Which is still pretty good for Canada, but not quite enough. You'd definitely be seeing a tiebreaker. And who knows, maybe they did have a tiebreaker, and they just didn't record it. They forgot to. You know, you always have to assume you can never predict a win or a loss, you know what I mean? You always have to assume somebody has a chance of winning, right? Not just out of principle, but you know, the fact that people forget to record stuff. You know, I've even forgotten to record stuff, me and like the recordable match in game. Like, I always have my OBS on to put it on the YouTube channel, but when it comes to basically the in-game recording, sometimes I've forgotten it in the past. That's pretty annoying. Because then can't be streamed properly, and then you have to rely on your MP4 and oh my. Also, I am in Calaras. Good play, I would say. Yeah. Only issue I have is the fact that he's letting him get his town center up, letting him get his town center back. That's my only complaint, because I would be thinking, yeah, I just dealt a blow to him. I really want to keep him in the dark, basically, and keep him from producing any more gatherers. Once he runs dry on his build limit for the native gatherers. But yeah, I never checked, these got a native tag? No, they don't. Yeah, I was just wondering that, because if somebody went spies or something, I was wondering if the spies could actually slaughter those villagers. Guess not. Yeah, this should be a pretty good skirmish, though. Canadians are opting to go out. They shoot the doggy, shoot the doggo, shoot the dog, and then you should be alright. Yeah, well, what is he doing? He's dancing. He's dancing in the street or something. I don't know. Let him take three shots. 1 second, please. I gotta answer a call. And we'll be right back to some Okay, so we're back and ready to go. Alright, let's resume where we left off. So where we left off, it looked like the Romanians were fighting with the Canadians on this part of the map here, at the Fort Base area. So right now it seems like Deline is just really not microing very well right now. He really needs to be moving his units forward towards the skirmishers instead of letting them get the range advantage on them, you know. Oh, interesting, you really see the last of the Marcans. This is actually a nice little politician bonus tech. It makes your native units cheaper. You rarely ever see that put into play. It'll make his trackers cheaper, and if he gets any windbag mantlets later, they'll also make those cheaper. Yep, quite good. So let's see here what happens. I mean, I just don't know about these movement plays. Like, he should have beat him while he was out of his base, you know. He's never shooting, which I always find kind of cringe, honestly, right now. He's just never firing back. He's not even trying to fire back. He's just always trying to move into position, but never actually shooting anything. That's exactly what happened to Ivan when he was defending his PC against Zulu, as he was too busy trying to run around and shoot in the right spot that he didn't actually put any shots into his enemy. And that ended up costing him a lot of damage output. And see, now he's at the disadvantage and Canada's going to beat him now because of that. Right, because he's not even shooting back. He's not even shooting back. Like if he was one-shotting them with these units and he just dropped and let his units fight in an attack move style attack, he could actually force him back and make him at least retreat for a little bit. But now that he's on double production troopers and marine, that's not going to happen, you know? That's kind of a done deal for him, especially with natives added in. He's going to add the weaving of the... He's going to add the Cree kinship in there to get his bill limit up on his trackers. He's going to add spice trade in too to keep his food production up for the naval units. The troopers, the marine, that is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like Romania had an awesome chance of winning this game and they just threw it out the window. Like, Jesus, you can't be that bad, son. Really? With your micro. Yeah. I thought he had it in the bag until he started microing really weird and started twitching his units around and stuff. It might be the lag, you know. That's the thing. When you're doing these recordings, it doesn't show the lag aspect. It's potential. There is potential that somebody was lagging here and that was affecting his judgment for the micro, and that could be a factor. You just don't know all the time, you know. Try to give some players the benefit of the doubt that there was lag or something was going on, you know what I mean? And I just noticed that micro was just really disgusting and poor in terms of trying to pull a win, because now, once you give Canada the numbers of bands and units, it's really hard to take that away from them. You know? The units are just overall better at range than most of yours. And if you can keep their numbers down, then they're manageable. But if you can't do that, then Canada becomes a real menace to you. Since they are now. Got a tanky skirmisher, and then they got the sailor unit dealing crush damage. And now his base is gone. He can't defend it now. And we're going to see an eventual GG on the Romanian side. That's the way it's going to happen, unfortunately. That's the way it is. You know? So I got to micro-barrel and make the unit choices when you're attacking, right? You gotta shoot. You actually gotta let go and shoot. He didn't even shoot. He spent the whole, like, 5-10 seconds maybe just running, walking around while he was taking shots for free. Didn't attack move, didn't do anything to fire back, nothing at all. Just, I don't know. I mean, I feel like he had this one in the bag because his rush was excellent, you know. An excellently executed nation-state civ Scytheman rush on the town center. That was a good one, but he didn't follow up with it the way that he should have followed up with it. Maybe he didn't even have to follow up with it. Maybe he should have had the units there in the first place to keep the pressure on once the town center went down. All he had to do was get past that redoubt and reach behind the belly to get to his units. That's all he had to do. Yep, that's all he had to do. You know, I mean, I will say that this was a good encounter, though. I mean, we did see some fun civs. Saw some interesting fighting here and there. Have to see how the next one counter goes after these guys are done. Yeah, exactly. And now, yeah, he has 2 stables here, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, yeah, I can make some cow-ass, but yeah, is he gonna make cow-ass? Yep, he's always starting to pop them out. Way too little, too late. You know, he did this sooner and had like 100 of these, you know, like 50, 60 of these, yeah, he could have smothered those skirmish units and forced them back. That's how you have to play when you have these Caloras. You have to smother the enemy with them. You have to smother them like a blanket. See, they got very little hit points. They're the same as like the Paraguayan cavalry for perspective. Only difference being they don't get that Lancero style multiplier. They actually get a charge attack later that deals a lot of damage. Then they become the Roscioli instead of the Caloras. Yep. GG, both of you. Good games. Good games. Now we can move on to the next ones. We got more to come. We got about 5 more encounters to go. Actually, I think 6 actually, yeah. 6 encounters to go, so we're not quite anywhere near halfway yet. Oh, whoops, wait a second. Looks like I typoed, let me actually, redo that again because I don't want to lose any graphic quality. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes when you go in the scenario editor, it ruins the textures with the texture replace bug, so it's better to just do it again. Okay, let's see. Kazan versus Fiero. My bets are on Kazan, but maybe Fiero could pull an upset. Let's see. Kazan with Argentina. And Fiero with Argentina. Argentina versus Argentina. Yeah, that's something you don't see every day. Already did. I'm looking forward to seeing this. That's for sure. Let's see how this one goes. I mean, do we know what they're even going for yet for like cards or no? Like, let me see. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's like nighttime in his city, but his is during the day. It's kind of cool. Yeah, this would be a interesting mirror, I suppose. See, Argentines are great for cavalry. You know, they got really good stable units. They got basically a mounted pikeman unit that deals good siege and it has anti-shock multipliers. They got a horse grenadier, which is basically a hussar equivalent, right? That can throw a grenade before engaging in combat. And actually benefit from skill point spear as well, which is quite interesting. So it can get some anti-skirmish multipliers later on, which includes it being added to that grenade throw. You also get Royal Guard Escoltas, Royal Guard Units, and then the trusty Lancero as well. Quite a few things to look forward to on the stable for Argentina. And they also get some decent infantry too. Like they get the Tercio, which is a special kind of skirmish unit that only deals anti-maneuvering range with the larger multiplier, and then it deals anti-scout and melee. As well as the Matrero Outlaw, which is a Lacidor, basically, so splash. It's interesting to see what they go for here. So Kazan is going for his economic theory, his extractivism. Fiero is going to go for his 3 gauchos, of which I feel like is the better option, just saying. But maybe Kazan can macro a bit better to take longer full late game advantage of that Eco Theory card. How are the decks looking here? So for Fiero, he has Butchers. This is a good card. You definitely need this one as the Civ. He has Mercado de Abastos. Market techs are cheaper and markets have better resource exchange. So it's like advanced market with an added bonus of having cheaper market techs there. I don't know how I feel about. I wonder if it benefits Carnival. If it benefits Carnival, it might actually be somewhat good. We'll see. For age 2, he has Patricios, Lanceros, he has Bastard Villager Train. I feel like this is the one he used against Alucard, I believe, in the previous week. Yeah. Now he's sending his own extractivism eco theory card. Let's see what Kazan has in his. He has Dr. Latinoamericana. Yeah, Dr. Latinoamericana basically makes your age up half the time. Right, half the time to age up. Well, it doesn't look like it's quite half. It looks like 40%. Which is probably a nerf to it, but I don't know. He also has a wood gathering card. He doesn't have what it says, but he does have the Pata Blanca mercenaries in age 2 and 3. Also Cacador Montados, the Brazilian Brigade. And he has them in age 4 as well, which also comes with Padreros. Also has Horse Grenadiers in age 3 as well. I mean, pretty good, I think. I think they both got pretty good decks. Definitely think Fiero was considered more waste unit stats in terms of his melee units. Yeah. In terms of melee units, this definitely benefits him more. So he's going to be going for, Fio's going for the Polish wave, and Kazan is going for the Italian wave. Very different philosophies, right? Italians, they're better later, whereas Polish are better earlier. Right, Polish can rush right out of the gate with the auxiliaries, and then later the Inferno Picadores. Whereas the Italians, they have to wait till age 3 to actually send any units, but as they get to age 4, they can really keep up a nice spam of their Legion Arglicolas, which are their Bersigliere consulate unit, which is basically a foot maneuver Dragoon. Yep. So they get Dragoons for free, which is actually pretty good. And for units, they got obviously the Agricola, they got the Red Shirt, which is a Ewan sort of musketeer that acts like a Ewan's basically, glass cannon. And then they get the Lancer as well. I forget what it's called. Lancer basically is the same as an Spanish Demi-Lancer, dealing anti-infantry damage, but also being an assault unit. The Kazan sent 5 Gauchos. Looks like he's going to be sending, Fio's going to be sending 3 Lanceros. So looking for a little bit of a raid. Might be going full on aggressive here because I see the queue of Patricios beginning. And Patricios in general, pretty good opening in a mirror because they got a pretty long range, so they can do pretty good against infantry, and they also can defend themselves quite well against Lanceros in numbers with that nice little stealth multiplier. We'll see though. Depends on what Kazan has in mind. What will Kazan do in this? What will he do in this situation? It's hard to say. I haven't seen him really produce any units yet or anything. My guess would be Conscripto maybe. Or he could be going for a fast fortress now too, actually. Yeah. which he has the capability of doing with that amount of silver coins right now. Yeah. Yep, it's going to be acquiring silver coin. Yep, you can capital age now. He's going for Italian Wave 2, I bet. Yep, Italian Wave 2. He's going to get a lot of food crates from that. He's also going to be queuing up some conscripts as well. He might have to pull back though because, he's getting surrounded a bit here. So yeah, he might have to end up retreating in the end with the ones that he produces. Yep. Which is alright. I mean, this will be able to defend home from the Lanceros. We can get these out of here. Yeah, good. Yep, just retreat out of there with those, You're going to have a nice unit advantage when you click up. Exactly. Because you know what he could actually get is he could actually counter the Patricios with the Montados. That's actually a viable option because the Montados actually have a skirmish tag instead of a maneuver tag. So they actually don't take any sort of bonus damage whatsoever from these Patricios. In that sense, they're kind of immune to them and can actually dish out a lot of damage to them. We'll have to see, though, what... Oh, he's actually going for fencing school. You know what I actually would have went for here is I would have actually saved up to go for the Tatamillion Lancer from the Italian immigrants, because it's an assault unit, so it wouldn't actually take any multipliers from the Patricios at all, which is only good against Scout. The Scout tag. Right, that's what I would have done, and then he would actually be forced into a pretty vicious retreat because they would fall quite quickly, both due to lack of not dealing enough damage and the pretty solid multipliers of the Tatamillions. Veteran conscriptos, nice. Is he gonna get enough in time though to do something? Yeah, maybe his shipping time was a little off, but nothing to worry about, nothing to be sad about. I mean, you can just defend these Lancers for now. If he has to jerk and market off all this food for coin to get a good shipment, you can definitely do that as well. But we'll see what his plan is. Yeah, definitely, timing is definitely off there on the age up because, he's doing pretty good. I mean, he's definitely doing okay. I mean, he's just stab these Lanceros to get out of there. What will he do with that shipment, though? Has a shipment in his hand. What will he do with it? I guess in the end, the conscriptos just had more HP and forced him into a retreat. Doesn't have to venture out too far, just needs to keep him away from his home. Yeah. Yeah, he got the job done, I guess, yeah. Doesn't need to deal with these pesky Lanceros, though, because he's not really going to be able to venture out for food until he deals with them. Also, when is his pasture coming up as well? Does Theo have his pasture up? He does not have a pasture up. That's a problem. That's a critique to both sides in this match. You need to get a pasture up. Defend your cows. Because cow meat, hamburger, that's what you live on as Argentinas. You live on your hamburger meat and your steak. You don't live on eating berries. You're not a berry picker as this is. You have to eat meat. Oh, nice. He has horse grenadiers as well. And another town center. What's the resource count on Fiero? Is he ready to age up soon or what? No, he's just going to keep teching into age 2 with units, it looks like, for now. Oh, he's sending his estancias. This is quite good. With the estancia, he'll be able to train his own horse grenadiers. One thing he doesn't have, though, that I would critique on is not having advanced arsenal. So, yep, just retreat there. You don't really need to do much right now. Just get your estancia. Start farming up and banking. What's Fiero going for? He's going for the Italians now, so he's doubling up on his immigrants. You know what I mean? He wants to have the Poles and the Italians. So just the Poles. Maybe looking to get the Arancoa free Dragoon thing later. The big difference though is that because Kazan was teching into it from the start, you will have a higher build limit of Italian houses to be making those Asian Arancoas from. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have. Oh, he really killed one of them. Yeah. I don't know if I would engage that way with horse grenadiers though. See, you're really supposed to be using them against like infantry, like these Patricios here. Well, when he's not in stagger mode, because he is using stagger mode which is actually quite smart from Fiero's part to avoid getting grenade throwed. He knows, yeah, if I can keep these in stagger formation, his chances of destroying like 10 of my units with a single grenade blast is actually quite small. The thing is, Kazan's really doing well is just booming with 2 town centers, you know? If he has 2 town centers going at once, that's quite a lot of production. The house is built almost at about 35 builds on the field right now. And how much is Fiero at? Fiero is at, just a little bit behind, I would say, yeah. It's a little bit behind. So, Upside's doing pretty good economically. I think Kazan's banking on horse grenadiers bailing him out at this point. That's his idea. Yeah, let's just make more horse grenadiers and hope for the best. And then he could probably add some Tatamillions in as well. Tatamillion and horse grenadier, I think that cleans up his army right now pretty good. Yeah, because once he gets it into the stagger formation, then the Tatamillions will have an easier time slicing him apart then. And then he'll have to go out formation, and then the horse grenadiers can toss in and do some damage. Well, he's actually going for this HP upgrade for the horse grenadiers, ranged cavalry hit points. Benefits units, and it also benefits horse grenadiers. What is it called now? Ganado a caballo, you know. Horse grenadier and bonito lengua. Language of bonitas muy bonitas. Yep, shot the Lanceros. Oh, he's going pro-Israel. Judaism. Nice. Judaism is quite a good religion in this game. Well, at least until it's going to be removed, because religion's going away. Judaism is actually a necessity religion for the Argentines in this game, because they help reduce their food costs in units by about a staggering, I think, like 50%. And all you have to do is have like 15 gauchos praying at the church at all times, and you basically make your food economy that much more manageable for a cavalry heavy civ. These units drop down to like, I don't know, like 80, 70 something food, and then combined with Stockade's code, which it doesn't have, they come even cheaper, and then, yeah. And obviously they get an arsenal tech and makes assault units cheaper as well, and food, I believe, and yeah. combine all those things together and you got yourself a pretty good economic situation for Argentina. Not that any of them are going that route, it seems. Well, Fiore actually went for the double stalls. It's actually not stockades, it's double stalls. Makes your cavalry cheaper and it makes it quicker to train them. I mean, I think Neocasla might actually have the advantage at this point because, well, I think he's just screwing around with the conscriptos and seeing if he can do some raiding work with them since he really doesn't need those anymore. You know what I mean? He's really going to be looking to go stables at this point, you know, going for more stable units. I think if he really switched into a Skolta, he could probably annihilate his opponent right now, just going into full Skolta. Because, you know, they countered the heavy infantry pretty well, and the Patricios aren't going to be able to deal with them. Yeah, that's all I think he really needs to do, is just switch to his Skoltas at this point. And switch to his Skoltas, I think you're in good shape. He's actually raging up into Italian Wave 3. So yeah, he's gonna be greedy and go for that. Oh, nice! Get some raiding. So you get some raiding in there. Good. Nope, no survivors. Good. Good for you. Good for you. Well, I'll definitely give him a distraction to give him a distraction if that goes up, right? So we have to stay a bit divided to deal with that issue. Those grenadiers coming in. What? Boom! Nice. That's actually a pretty good grenade throw, yeah. Nice work, my friend. Nice work. Nice work. I think he's the Italian. I think Kazan's Argentina's going to win here because now he's going to be getting 3 maneuver units and it's just going to, well, yeah. I mean, even if they do take burst damage from the Patricios, statistically they do like 40, 50 damage. It's actually quite good for a 3 unit. How is the doing there when resources, like, I don't get it, like, does he just get the more, what happens here, like, does he just get demoralized because he knows, yeah, he knows that the Agricola tech is going to come in, he's going to have to deal with that. Well, if he wanted to, he could actually ship these in and get some mortars and some skirmishers, and then go right forward into here with that and 3 maneuver units, which in their way deal anti-scout, so Blanceros don't have. So I think he just didn't want to waste too much time of his dealing with that, because he knew what was coming. Definitely didn't want to waste too much time. Let's see how match 2 goes for the two, because they seem to be pretty well matched for each other, you know. Strategically, they seem to be on the same page, fighting. Alright, let's see how the second one goes. And then we can watch the single match we have of Lume versus Darkus. Fortunately, they didn't get a match 2. What can you do? What can you do? You only have no match 2. We're in Colombia. In Germany. I was going to say, oh, don't tell me he's going to go Portuguese again, because that would be a deja vu moment, because remember the time the Kazan went Grand Colombia on this side of the map, and then his opponent went Portuguese on this side of the map? Yeah. It'd be like watching the same sort of stuff twice, and I'd be like, no, come on, man, really? Man, he was smart and went with Germany defensive. I definitely like playing Germany. They're like British, but more fun, more exciting. They got a lot more stuff going on behind the scenes with them. Whereas I love Grand Columbia as well. They got so many fun units to use. I like using them. Also, the temp functionality is pretty nice as well.
¿Cuál es el clan?
What decks is he in? Yeah, he has quite a few decks. Yeah. Well, you can always see the German deck, so he's probably going to be, yep, he's going the Virginia company with this tech here, the whole branch plan makes the houses cheaper, just like Virginia company. And in terms of cards, he definitely has the potential to go into land warren, which I'll be doing today. He does access to the bank, advanced arsenal. This makes his levies better, like he can send an additional stronger levy of land war infantry with that. Better skirmishers, better line infantry, so a lot of upgrades here. You know what I mean? A lot of upgrades. I mean, I think that's fine as like Germany because your boom is so effective, you really don't need to justify having too many unit shipments in there. Right? You can basically just be better macro-wise with all those free villagers coming in. Yeah. There's his first matter going down now. He can be using that to help him herd in another hunt towards his base. Let's see what the Grand Columbia deck looks like this game. So he has distributivism, he has a lot of gathering cards it looks like. Machetros, Pardos, Conscriptos, he does have the Guerrilla de Colomolo card. This is really good because it gives your Machetros anti-heavy infantry multipliers, making them somewhat like the older Machetro, right? Yeah, back to those good old days. Also, you got this for the presidential palace. I think he's going to probably focus more on Endopinistas and Canal Police, more of the infantry foot units, honestly. Or the fleet units. Yep. He will age up with the Panamanian contrabandists, so he's going for Panama first, guaranteeing them Canal Police later, if he wants them. As Germany's going with the Statesman, which will give him a lot of coin. Statesman provides a lot of coin. Yeah, this should be... Wait a minute, no, the Burger gives a lot of coin. I think the Statesman actually gives the Redoubt in coin, if I recall. Yep. And that's actually the better play is Germany, because remember, redoubts for Germany are actually quite substantial buildings. What they do is they let you send a levy of Landwehr cavalry and a levy of Landwehr infantry, which later in the game, once Bismarck model is done, those won't actually lose any hit points, right? Just adds more units to your army for free. Well, not for free, but on top of what you're training. And if you're over the population cap, you can actually still send those levies in to go over your population space, right? It's actually quite good. And if you combine with the Carnegiesburg fortifications right here, you can get a lot of units beyond your population space. If we're an epic west, you can even merge with the revolt, which I should definitely try and do. Okay, so Grand Columbia is going for a forward barracks. Alrighty then. And shipping partisan, so he's thinking, I'm more worried about ourselves right now, perhaps. One thing you gotta keep in mind though is that unless you're looking for XP, it's really not good to down these manor houses because that's just guaranteeing them more free villages later on. And here comes the free Lambler infantry as well. It's probably not going to make too much of a difference right now because he's just going to slowly dwindle his HP. But yeah, see here, he actually is quite good against like grenadiers typically in any sort of siege units. And as a general unit, he's also statistically quite good because he only has the infantry tag. Doesn't actually take any damage from skirmishers or anti-skirmishers, which is nice. Make him more or less a killer unit for your army. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he's just abdicating his performance here. He's going line infantry, but he's just taking way too little time to do stuff. Flasher wires. The flasher lures. I don't know why he's making these. These are a pike unit. Oh, they actually attack faster than generic infantry. I didn't know that they had a better rate of fire. Actually quite interesting. Yeah, I don't know why he's making these. He really should just... He could have probably switched to volunteers, actually. Which the Germans have now. So they'll sort of returned a bit more to their old self in the barracks anyways. They got a crossbowman and a pikeman equivalent again. But in every other way, they're completely Britishized. Yeah, so let's see here. He is sieging his manor houses for XP, presumably. He's gonna send fencing school to keep up the pressure, it looks like. I would have shipped in conscriptos first, though. Get some nice free units. Add them to your army. Maybe some receptors as well. In case he does any sort of volunteer play. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like Grand Columbia is probably going to be winning this one. No, I don't know. Yeah, he does seem like he has a decent army there. And he still has his barracks up. He's send in the woodman and get some more free villages. You know, I mean, the one benefit of losing your manor houses is that you can build them again to get even more gatherers. It's one benefit, and you can reap the XP of building them. He's actually sent log fuming now. Oh. Yeah, I would have just shipped in wood instead of that. Just train more units. More line infantry. Yeah, I would have just did that. Yeah, I don't know. It's looking, So he's finally taking my advice against some volunteers. That's good. Volunteers would definitely be good here against the heavy infantry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, get some shots on now while you can. So what's he trying to do with those flash wires exactly? Yeah, just go into melee with them. Guess just distracting his range units then. Yeah. Which you're doing a pretty good job at actually, yeah. Looks like he actually did a good job distracting his army a bit there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like Germany's actually doing okay right now. So you look at the resource count, though. Yeah, yeah, that's the big difference. I think it's just like the resource count. In every other way, I think Germany's actually pulling along pretty well. Like if he could take out this barracks right now and short jump him onto one barracks, that could actually be quite good for him. Get more flash wires, good. Could use a little bit more siege, I guess. Oh, he's going forward base with his counts. He's gonna be putting some manor houses down here. Get that tents going down too. Tents going down. Oh, good. Yeah, very good. Very good work, man. I mean, why isn't he is he gonna start getting food soon? What's the plan there? Is he gonna get like some poor food income soon? I mean, build count wise, he's probably doing really well, like 25. Okay, I guess. Would have expected a little bit better at this point, but I guess he's just not macroing his food effectively, and that's why he hasn't been able to keep his build production up. That's his problem there. Yeah, I think he's just macroing really bad with his food. That's why he's sort of like an absolute behind. Like in a realistic Germany 1 versus 1 here, Germany should probably actually have a higher score than Kazan does. Right, they should actually have no problem affording like line infantry. They should at least be out working out one barracks, maybe even 2, and be pushing them back. Yeah. And eventually they'd even be ready to go to H3 instead of pumping out the free artillery pieces. I'll show you later when I do mine what it's how you should try to macro Germany a bit there. Yep, volunteers coming in. That tent is going down. Sending in capitalism, which is interesting. Nice little gold trickle for Germany. Oh, he's going up with the Colombian Flyo. Flyo is going to give him access to Independentistas later if he wants them. Yep. Is he going to send like a presidential palace now and get like canal police or something? Oh, he's actually going for ranged infantry combat. Gunpowder infantry combat to basically give him a 1-up on his conscripts and his line infantry units. Yeah, he's gonna have to keep up with these now. That was a really bad placement there, though. I see the timer goes off a bit. Did he get like startled by that or something? Yeah, he's up in upgrades for sure. So I don't quite know what Germany has in mind at this point. Yeah, resource-wise, they're not doing too well. Alright, so he's still fighting up here with these flash wires. Flash the moves. get a nice free kill in there, why not? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's getting steel traps now. Like, he should have been getting that sooner, I think. I mean, if you went with the Frankfurt card like I do, he definitely wouldn't be struggling like that because he would have already had the hunting, had steel traps the moment he clicked up to he was in H2. He would have already had the steel traps, and I'd already be macroing well with that. Yeah. I think sort of the Louise Kaiser, Alucard, and my sort of build for Germany is going to be the new one going forward because really you shouldn't be struggling this hard for resources as Germany. It's supposed to be like one of the better economic booming cities in the game, with a lot more going for him as well. It's a little bit shocking that he's really behind by 30-ish points score. I guess he just gives up before he even starts making artisanal guns. Did he like rage quit? Like, oh man, I can't do this, or what? I mean, I would have liked to see what he would try to do. Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I would have liked to see sort of what he had in mind for a strategy. Funny how he has Hanseatic League in here, Legion in here. I tried using that once, but I didn't like it too much. It's a little bit overrated, I think. I mean, I like the free unit thing they have for Romania with the Dorobanti, but I just don't feel like land war infantry is really a good route to go, honestly, because I feel like you have to wait till like age 3 with the Bismarck plan. The Bismarck model for you to really get them as like a stable unit that doesn't lose its HP over time. Yeah. Here's the one Lume vs. Darkus clip that we have. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. They changed the name on me and I did notice that was where... Yeah, I did notice that. That's kind of a trick. They tricked me. So this is actually going to be a tiebreaker series here. Awesome. I love seeing tiebreakers. I love seeing fair, even gameplay of two guys dueling each other to the death in 3 matches. That's what we like to see here. It's definitely what we like to see. Sabas with the predictable Paraguay. He loves Paraguay, so do I. Darkus with the Swedes. Nice serve. You know? Yeah, it's always an interesting matchup. I mean, if the Swedes can tap into their allotment power with the Beveringers, typically they can overpower the shock unit composition of the Paraguayans quite easily, I would say. That's sort of the thing though. Back in the old days when the Primero de Línea was a heavy infantry unit, then you had to sort of have different sorts of unit comps to deal with their free units. Now, at least, it seems like you can just go like a musketeer line infantry build and be able to counter both of them, which makes it a lot easier for the countering party to deal with them. Yeah. Also, they've got nerfed down a bit to having 2 barracks and 2 stables, which also helps deal with the clutter, dealing with that. Yeah, so anyways, it should be pretty cool to see what we got here. So he's going to be going for woodworks, because I know what Sebas Lumi does with Paraguay at this point. He likes to go for the woodworks. And then he likes to go for artisanal guns later and also readouts. These are going to be his sort of like his long triangle of stuff here. Yep. So go for Croats in age 2. Not French, in fact, so he can get some starting wood. Kind of know him to a T at this point when it comes to Oh, he's going for plates of thread food. Interesting. Now, what this does, this acts as a way to speed up your age up time as the Civ. Since Swedish don't get normal settler cards. They do get settler cards, but they're not normal. They're actually team cards. They get one in age 2 with like team 3 settlers, I believe, and then they get one in age 4, which is team 8 settlers. Which I would assume is only good if you like doing an economic fast industrial or something, I guess. In a team game, maybe. The one card I don't really like is seeing the Conestoga wagons because you could probably afford to put in something a little bit nicer in here, like I don't know, artillery combat or maybe another food shipment in the H2 or something. I don't know. I just don't like that card too much. It's kind of stale. But anyways, he will be aging up with the Statesman. Alright, so we get a redub and some coin. Pretty good option. Sebas is going up with Croats, right? Croats, yeah, I know him now. I know him perfectly well now. I'm curious, how much does Darkus plan to use this observatory here? See, the observatory has the same ability as the Portuguese Explorer. It lets you use a little magnifying glass to see a little patch of the map. Wait a second, the call's coming in. 1 second. Okay, that's looking good. Perfect, alright. Okay, we're ready to continue now. I will get this back on the road, okay. So, we were paused in the middle of the aging up into age 2. With the Swedish, with the statesmen in their redoubt wagon or outpost wagon and coin crates, and the Sebas with this Croatian immigrant age up with wood. See how the age 2 and beyond goes to this match. Oh, it looks like his master engineer is building up another coin works. Yeah, so he's got just about one of each at this point. You know, with Paraguay, the more works you can get earlier on, the better. This means more and more resources for you to play around with. It doesn't really matter where he puts this Croat settlement, because really, he can't really make any units from it yet. He does get a couple of useful technologies, I guess, from it at this stage, but beyond that, it's kind of a useless building. It just sort of acts as sort of a defensive structure. Not a bad one at that. Unless he goes for it more and gets more workers so they can garrison inside. Okay, so Swedish are going to be shipping in some volunteers. What I find interesting, in fact, is he doesn't have any of the advanced torp or the advanced paddock cards. With those, he would be able to get better allotments of both his Hussar troopers, which are the old Alsters, and his Beveringers. Yeah. Paraguay already has a stable in the works. Imagine they're going to be building some more of their military buildings. Yeah, where's his, yep, barracks here. Imagine the other two are going to be put out to make a pair of barracks and a pair of stables. What shipping will he get now? It's hard to tell. Could really go for anything, but knowing Sabas is either going to go for redoubts or he's going to go for the artisanal cannons. Just knowing him pretty well. Yep, the redoubts. Yep, going for defensive. Yeah, and if you got Swedes here already sort of training units getting ready to attack you, it's actually quite good to have. These Swedish are going to be going for Grenadiers. The Grenadiers are a pretty solid unit against a wide variety of things. The thing that makes the Grenadiers pretty versatile is their grenade throw. With that grenade throw, what they're able to do is deal a large amount of crush damage to units in the area. And the best thing about the ones in Wars of Liberty is they not only don't have any malice, right, they actually get an anti-infantry multiplier, which makes them do a lot of damage to a wide variety of things. Looks like a Swedish shipped some food out of their redoubt. It's kind of interesting, you know. I usually don't see people move their shipment site to the redoubt unless it's in a forward base somewhere around here. Right. The Stock Army of Primero de Lines and Acibota should be taken out pretty quickly. Yeah. I don't expect them to get too far with that. Yeah. Nice. Yep, Swedes are definitely taking the center map at this point. Which they're probably going to need for food, for coin, all their necessities. And I'm curious when they're going to get the Norland logging, you know, so they can really start hitting up that wood production. These Grenadiers are going to do a little bit of scouting forward and probably find this trading post here as well. If we can take that out, great. That downs him the possibility of shipping in more woodworks for sure. at this stage and probably immigrant units later. Here's the Beveringers falling close behind. If Paraguay can pull a surprise attack on him without his knowledge, that could give him a certain advantage here. But we'll have to see. Oh, yep, he caught him just in time though, yeah. Yep, didn't end up taking a surprise at all. He's probably going to use the Grenadiers just to go with the Escopeteros. Yep, good idea. Still though, he was able to pull away just enough to not take too much damage from that. Yeah, I'll be frank, I think, yeah, I think Darkus is probably going to win this one, at least from what I see. You know, I feel like his Swedish usage has more momentum than the Paraguayans right now. Paraguay takes a while to get up and running. Unless we can get some really good shots in with the Escopeteros, I don't really see him going all in on them. Yep, just yep. Trading post is down. It's going to be a big disadvantage to the Paraguayans, but a good advantage to the Swedes with some more XP in the bank towards the next shipment. Now, what I would do here is probably just stay and fight this out. Yeah, I mean, I guess he's trying to micro a bit. I guess it's alright. I was just wondering, like, yeah, no reason trying to save these guys. You're gonna lose them because he's right on your tail, and you're dealing with shock units which deal snare, which is gonna prevent you from escaping. Now, he needs to be careful not to expose his Grenadiers to needless harm. Right, because that's a lot of, it's about the same resources as 5 Musketeers, or 5 Line Infantry. Does he, what's he, yeah, he doesn't see him yet, though, so. I think he's alright for right now. I mean, line of sight wise. Does he know about these? Yeah, no, yeah, he knows about these now, yeah. I just think it's a little questionable. Like, I would pull away right now. I mean, I guess the sword one. Yep. Does he see him though? yeah. He adjusted his arc to get there in time. Yeah. Good. Good. He didn't let him get out of his line of sight. Nice. Well, what's Sweden's plan now? I don't know. So he's going Grenadier Hussar and Grenadier. At this stage in the match, it's probably the best play because the Hussar does tank really all that skirmish and scout unit damage, shock unit damage in general. And combine that with Grenadiers, you can get some decent throws in there and you know, deal some real damage. Also, resource-wise, Sweden's doing pretty good, but they still are behind Paraguay. Paraguay's just been doing a pretty good job of keeping up with the works production. And that's what kept them a couple steps ahead of their opponent. Yeah, even you need to build a lot of works as Paraguay. If you do, you're usually a couple steps ahead of your opponent in a lot of cases, unless they're super boomy. Alright, so what happens here? How's this fight go? When grenade throw into the scout units, okay. Nice. Alright. Yeah, he's gonna get one artisanal down, I think. He could probably shoot the other ones if he's... Nah, I wouldn't risk it, yeah. Good choice. Good that pullback. Yeah, he should really be trying to retreat more towards the town center, perhaps. Get that town center fire on his side, really. Working to his advantage, you know, instead of just duking it down in front of the 2C. He could retreat and kill up his shock units. get these Escos in there and then just kill them with the grenade throw. I don't know the exact recharge time of them though, so that's to be determined. One advantage though of these ranged attacks from the fortifications is that they deal anti-shock unit. So that really means that he's going to be able to kill the trash units a lot quicker. Well, I mean, yeah, I think he's definitely taking the artillery out, though. The cannons are definitely going down. He just needs some path with this direction here, and strike these. That's all he has to do. They're already pretty low HP anyways. Yeah, good. Good. Just make sure you get the Escapateros out at least. Because if you can do that, then the Bedbringers will certainly be of help as well. Yeah, that readout's about on its way out. It's totally fine. Yeah, but Sebas though, he's in the next stage right now, so Sweden needs to do something to catch up. They're a little bit behind. They're a little bit behind, now that's not good. Yeah, I think he's gonna survive here, but once that ironworks comes out, and I guarantee you yep, here it comes, the heavy works. Heavy works is gonna be laid down somewhere around here. And once that comes out, then you have to change your game plan to deal with the heavy artillery. I like how he was able to war his melee units around the town center and stall them out. The fact that he's falling for that's actually kind of funny. Yeah. It happened a bit the other game too, with DeLeon's Household Blues. Yeah, he was ringing around the rosy of the units and taking extra shots in for nothing. It's fun to see that happen again here. He's chasing down the shock units. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I would have expected him to slice in sooner though. I don't quite know what his game plan is though at this point. I think he knows, yeah, if the heavy works is coming down. Where's the heavy works? It's right here. So he hasn't quite built yet. Has a little bit of time, but he does have to deal with the two free ones you get with the card. Might already be in a pickle, seems. Has to manage his army well here. Doesn't want to lose too much. Don't want to lose too much at this stage. Definitely don't want to lose too many units. He's going to try to go for the... He got one of the rockets down. He's going to get the other one down. Yeah, just a little bit off. I mean, at this point it's kind of great that he has the infinite food card, because at least he can keep his home city viable and use it until he can get to the next stage and start getting in some of these halberdiers. Town centers. Yeah, this is how Sweden plays when you don't go for the allotments. That's why allotment play is a lot safer. Because he would probably be able to make like 100 of these Bedwingers pretty quickly. And he would probably have stopped him before he hit age 3. And really put him back. So no, yep, he will be able to shoot this rocket down. What is he doing? You need to shoot this rocket, man. You need to be the rocket man and shoot the rocket. Yeah. You have to shoot the rocket down. Because the rocket, the Coheed, that's what's doing the damage. It's a second, well, primarily the rocket and then the scope. If you're busy shooting the truck, you're not microing that army properly. That's a problem. Not that he's in a good position anyways, because he's in a pretty nasty position. And he's slowly looking towards the end, I would say. Pretty almost guaranteed at this point that he's looking towards the end of the match, I would say. Yeah, let's see. Yep, that's not good. He's losing his hunts now. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude, what you're doing. I don't know what he's doing. Just not connecting the dots. Yeah, this is pretty sad. I mean, these Asabodas aren't even that much of a hard-hitting unit either. The fact that you're getting raided by him so effectively is pretty bad. Yeah, he'll try to recover. This will save a lot of them. Especially if he gets them in the melee, he'll save a lot of them. Nice, nice, nice. Very good indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, with those rockets, you're kind of in a bad spot. Yeah, he's definitely not in good shape right now. These rockets are just gonna take him out. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah, not looking good right now if you're the Swedish. Definitely not. Yep, yep, it's gonna die. I don't know though, because it looks like the timer goes on a bit longer if anything interesting happens. We try to attempt on sort of secondary base or something. He does actually have the wood to build another town center, because he's Swedish. He actually never even sent Norland logging yet, and he still has that much wood. Quite good. I can imagine a town center plopping up, what, here? With the support of the redoubts, or somewhere over here. I don't know what that's going to do for him, because that's a little time on the clock, but we'll see. Something could be happening. Something could be brewing that we don't know about. Something could definitely be brewing that we're unaware of. That's for sure. Yeah, he's gonna try to slowly take out these towers that he sees built forward at him. He's actually building the town center over here. Yeah, you should really send Norland logging now and get a second sawmill. Where's his first sawmill? Can you build a sawmill? I don't think he even ever built a sawmill yet, to be honest. I don't know why he hasn't yet. Because the sawmill is really good for wood production. Trickles a lot of wood, and it leaves the wood crates behind for you to pick up. Yeah, I just don't know what he's doing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense what his game plan is at this point. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I think at this point it's just a gradual downturn for him. It's just slowly going to die off whatever little buildings he has left. He's actually shipping in the Semi Riders, cavalry that rides on a moose. It's one of the neatest sort of units they ever made in this mod. You always see elephants, camels, and horses, but we never see moose. These guys from northern Scandinavia, they ride moose. You'll see them, hopefully you'll see them pop out right here in time. I don't know, I mean, yeah, he's making grenadiers, hopefully trying to defend. Let's see if we find the moose cavalry come out. Will we see a moose? Will we see a moose? Q is coming. Q is coming. Now, yeah. Look at these nice cavalry. They ride on top of a moose and they look like little sand elves. Kind of nice. Wouldn't be surprised if their attire had a lot to do with forming what we understand about Christmas culture today. You know, be pretty interesting. You know, they look like elves. I think they have a green one as well. So they got a blue one, a red one, and a green one. As statistically as units, they're basically just like Cossacks, really. Wood-costing Cossacks. And they don't cost any population at all. So that's definitely a plus for them. They're definitely tankier than these guys, that's for sure. Because keep in mind, these don't even have any upgrades on them yet. We didn't even research warrior societies on them yet, which they get access to later on through a card which he does not have here. Yeah, he's going for the, yeah, he probably hates this building so much for what it did to him, so he's just gonna try to blow it up. Well, there's GG there. It's nothing to worry about, Darkus. I'm sure you'll get your revenge. Match 2, because I saw 3 matches there. So this might will get some revenge. Let me close that one out and we can, yep, wait for this to close. Okay. See match 2 and 3 of this encounter, and then we can move on to the other ones. I was actually kind of pleased when I know we're going to see another tiebreaker besides mine. It was nice to see little tiebreaker matches mixed in. It's match 2. Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty much on the same level in terms of performance. But Paraguay is always an equalizer. You know, it'll always make you perform better because it's free resources, free units. If you're not good on macro or building an economy, Paraguay is probably the only thing you could probably stick to until you learn that. Right, it's the only thing that you can win with, put it that way. So we got Koreans with Darkus, which when I fought him on this map, he was using this civ. And we got the Dutch for Sebas. Maybe he's trying to be like Foofy, I don't know. I didn't know that Sebas knew how to play the Dutch. Probably looked at one of my YouTube videos from DE and decided, you know, let's play Dutch today. They look like they could do that. I love the Dutch, you know what I mean? I used to put them in the same category mentally as the Portuguese, considering them weak and cowardly and lame. And, you know, after a while, it occurred to me, the fact that they use banks and stuff for gameplay and how unique it is actually makes them like a fun, interesting civ that isn't too OP to deal with. Because, yeah, they have the big tanky banks you have to siege, but at the same time, it's not town center fire you're dealing with. Also, their roster is more fair, I think. You don't have to deal with the cacadores, obviously. They do get early skirms, though, so there's that. And the easier access to mercenaries. I'll be curious to see what sort of deck he can pull up here. So Koreans, he has Jasanebu. Fishing boats are cheaper, move faster, and have more line of sight. He's going for a fish boom today, folks. I've never seen this card in use before with the octopus, you know. He's also going for military service examinations. This is a deck that I built something around. Now, I am a little bit worried for him because he doesn't have a lot of unit shipments to capitalize on it. Yeah, that's where my peeve with this is. If you're going to go for a military examinations deck, you need really a full house of cards in terms of units. You should have the spearmen here. You should have gungo cavalry in here. You should have some artillery shipments in here. He's not going to get a lot out of that. So I hope he doesn't end up using that. Because look, 500 coin. That's not cheap. You know, that'd be a waste of a shipment if he did get that. Hopefully he sticks some more sort of his fish boomy ideas. Independence Club ships a safe house elixir on spies move faster. I never knew about this card. Probably because spies are kind of weak. Weak. He's definitely going more defensively, I would say. He has improved buildings. He has this card. I wonder if military examinations actually benefits this card. If so, that'd actually bring a little bit more value to it. He does have infinite turtle ship. The Geo Buxion is actually the turtle ship. He has some upgrades here, crates. Does have this card. This is a pretty good one. Lets your decks regenerate. Wait a minute. This is actually different because back when the day when Korea was released, there was this weird social sort of experiment going on with the mod where Jetlander had this idea of, hey, having too many docks is unbalanced, man. Let's nerf the number of docks you can have and give them a build limit. Back in those days, this card actually gave you a +1 dock. And there was a limit on the number of docks you could build. Yeah. So now that, you know, we're back to normal and docks don't have a build limit anymore, simply just lets the docks heal themselves. Because remember, Koreans, their buildings heal themselves for free. As long as nobody's attacking them, right? Like if I shot a couple of flaming arrows into a dock, a Korean dock, and left it alone, I wouldn't have to press repair to get that HP back. It would heal itself for free. And further, there's actually a technology they get access to later, geomancy, which increases the rate of this regeneration even more. Double dock. So he's going to be going for this Korean variant of schooners, it looks like. Definitely looking forward to seeing this. Should be interesting. So this, Sebas is playing sort of by the book with the bets. He already has his bank out. It's going to be getting some more pretty quickly as well. With his wood shipment, then he's going to send his bank shipping next. Yeah, so he knows how to play. Good. Let's see for cards what he has. He has Self-Seed Bubble. This is more or less a treaty card. Yeah, I don't know about Self-Seed Bubble. I usually only see that for like treaty games. Back in the day when I did treaty, 3 versus 3, I used to use this quite a bit. And I don't know if that's how viable that is in 1 versus 1. He has writings for standard Dutch Echo cards and upgrade cards here. So yeah, he's not really missing any of the essentials. Put it that way. I would have had the 6 run and shipped it myself and some other thing. Also he knows to get Dance Hall to get access to the Samurai and spam out Outlaws if he needs it. So he knows what he's doing. We'll have to see here if it's truly a tiebreaker or, you know, a misfile. Let's see what Korea's up to. So yeah, they've started to go into the fish boom process now. He actually hasn't even sent the schooner card in yet. So yeah, he's basically making full price fishing boats right now. I don't know when or if he's gonna get that schooner card into play. So that would really help him to keep that production up, combined with his houses and his wood heavy military. He doesn't get any sort of food coin costed units until the capital age, right? Well, actually the Gungo cavalry you can make, but certainly no barracks units. He has to choose between an archer and a spearman, which are both food wood. So saving wood is kind of important for Koreans. Not to mention their reliance on artillery weapons like the Chongtong, the Hwacha, and the Fire Cow. Yep, he's upgrading the fishing ships now with the gill nets, I believe. Yep, gill nets is coming in. He's sending a blockhouse wagon, so he definitely has a Russian consulate active. This is something you see more with the Chinese and Definitive Edition. Probably their build order, because well, actually here too, this blockhouse can actually train Korean units. Which is pretty neat. It's kind of neat. Blockhouse is actually not just a blockhouse, not just a redoubt. You can actually train your all your barracks units from it. Not in batches. That would be another step, I think, if they decide to have something in like that. But yeah, how many fishing ships is that? It's about 10. So yeah, he's gonna be eating up this fish. Like, yeah, he's gonna be eating up a lot of fish today. And then he can even use rendering plan to even boost it even more. And then the hooks card too, the steel hooks, which is kind of like the steel traps of water. It's also going to be picking up on his actual market technologies as well. He really doesn't have to worry about pressure too much right now, because the Hwaseong Fortress is going to defend him a bit from here. And actually, believe it or not, there's a bit of synergy with this card, Hill Castle, because Hill Castle will actually upgrade the stats of his Hwaseong Fortress for free, because the Hill Castle and Mountain Castle upgrades also are the upgrade cards that affect the Hwaseong Fortress. And now he's going to be sending the Grand Palace. Grand Palace gives you European market technologies. Level 1 ones anyways, right? So gang saw, placer mine, hunting dogs, blunderbuss, and Greycoat for double the cost, right? is definitely good for wood acquisition, because wood is something you're going to need for Korea throughout the match. And if you can get into any mining or hunting, having that extra hunting dogs and placer mines is definitely good for you. He's really tapping into this fish boom. He's got about 14 fishing ships on the water already. I think this fish boom, if Darkus comes on top, is going to be the thing that gives him the win he needs. What's Dutch doing, and what does the Dutch resources look like? He's floating a lot of coin. Can't tell if that's intentional or not. See, what I would do, if it was me, I would get a tea house and just start looking at the options now. Like if I see any sort of like mercenary or outlaw that, that looks good, at the very least he probably has Renegados that he can combine with Dancing Hall probably. He should begin Dancing Hall soon anyways, because if he needs to go Ronin Samurai to deal with shock or just to do total annihilation, he's going to have to get that now so he can start purchasing those from his tea house. He's starting to get Seed Drill now. Now, what I don't understand is if you wanted to go with no economy, he should have went with the Governor General. And no, it's not the Governor General from Vanilla, the one that looks like George Washington, but no, that's not the same Governor General. That's got a politician called the Governor General that provides you, I think, 2 or 3 mill wagons, agricultural wagons that you can build mills with, or plantations if you kept them in reserve later. That is a lot more effective because you save on the wood and you get more that you can work with. Yeah. And he could have definitely used that wood to like build another bank. He could have built a tea house. It's just a little optimizations thing. It's not too big of a deal. It is a bit of a bigger deal though that he's not going for these hunts though. Hunts should always come before farming. Hunting is always a good option. Should always be prioritized. Fire cattle. Nice. Nice tammy-spammy material. Let's see where these cows wind up. Yeah, he's probably not going to get too much use out of them right now unless he wants to. Oh, he let him slip on by though. Is he gonna go for that? Yep, he's gonna probably go into this redoubt, I can imagine. Is he going for the redoubt? What is he gonna go for? What is he targeting? What does he want to do? What's these little hamburgers, hot hamburgers want to do? He's gonna go. What is he? Oh, he's scouting. Alright, so he's scouting. Yeah, he really wanted to do that town square though. Yeah, if he like scaled a little bit better and knew where his town square was, he could have moved them up along here and could have moved himself along here. And he probably would have maybe got them all. Well, here's the thing. Fire cattle, they're a lot easier to get and cheaper, but they're not quite as powerful as the P-Tarts. You need quite a few of them too. Well, wait a second, how much damage is that? Actually, yeah, I think he probably could have taken this Thompson out if he had more of them. Yeah. Reach there. He's going for foot artillery, falconets. Korea's probably going to go industrial, I would imagine. Right? Yeah, I think Korea could definitely go industrial at this point. With the Rain's Temple. Get some lovely, nice Korean technologies with them. Oh, he's going Youngs. Youngs are good against assault units mainly. He doesn't have any cuirassiers yet though. I can't recall do the... Yeah, I think the Byung-gungs actually deal melee damage against Scout, but that's about it. I could be wrong, we'll have to look at the stats when it comes out. Let me see. Yeah, see, it's only good against assault units. Still though, he is industrial age and he has a lot of options that he can employ here. It's finally good to see these textures for the Korean castles up and working. For a long time these weren't working and they weren't actually showing. It's only until now you can see how nice they look. Oh, Fire Lancers, yeah, that's a... And he's also going for a factory as well from the Russian consulate. So what does he do exactly here? It's there's quite a bit of time left in the match, and I mean I don't think he's out and dead yet. What does he end up doing? Does he end up what's his game plan? I'm just curious. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. He's going for the wall. Now this is sad. This shows he does not know how tags and the tag rework work. Right. He needs to stop making these units like right now, unless he's somehow anticipating cuirassiers coming, which they totally could. So I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he's worried about assault cavalry becoming an issue. Yeah, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt of that. Otherwise, I would say, son, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Trust me, I don't want him to die. I want to see a tiebreaker. I still understand what happens here. Is like, oh, now this is something that you can use Byung-gungs against. Take them out. See them. Right here. The one unit that you can actually, wait a second, what's going on here? What's he got planned? What's he cooking? What's this kid cooking up here? Oh, he's using them like culverins to take out the cannons. It's kind of fun. Nice. And then he can probably get another rocket shot in. Alright, so yeah. Now I can see the Byung-gungs actually... This is where they're going to shine, because this is where the multiplier goes towards, is Mammoths, which has the assault tag. Yeah. Finally, is this how Sebas actually loses? If so, that's actually kind of upsetting, because, you know, he had a pretty good attack going on. And if he gave that advantage up to train Mammoths, and have him get... See, I think he ate up all his coin to make the Mammoths, without realizing as we go Byung-gungs to counter that. And what happened is the cost effectiveness of the Byung-gung in defeating the Mammoth made him lose enough coin to push him back. You know, stop his momentum. And I think if he made Hussars, he kept up with the Hussars, he would have won right here. This would have been a 2-0 victory for him. Now it does get down to the tiebreaker. This is where the tiebreaker finds its way in. Because now he's going to push out with this decent army of range units. He's going to build a bit of a forward base as well, protected by the hill castles. He's going to add another hill castle in from his home city with some free white infantry, some free scout units. Oh, the fort isn't up yet, though. What's going on with the fort? Is he going to siege it? Is he going to siege the fort? What's the plan for the fort? Oh, he kills the cannon, though. That's actually pretty bad. It's pretty painful for Dutch. He did lose 3 artillery units, though. Goodbye to his offense. Yeah, that kills his offense. Here comes these light infantry units. Like right now, he doesn't have the units to siege it, but if he starts adding fire cattle, then yeah, that's gonna... Oh wait a minute, he sent another one of these. That's another batch of the righteous fighters, yeah. He does have spearmen mixed in though, so these hussars are not gonna... They're not even veteran upgrade yet, so yeah, that's definitely an issue. Oh, they're only just veteran, but still, they out-tech them. Also, these righteous fighters just eating up the grenadiers like pancakes or tacos, whatever you like. Also, I believe this hill castle is actually in range of actually shooting at the fort. Yeah, he could actually start firing at the fort from here, if he wanted to. Probably doesn't want to, he probably just wants to keep it on top of these hussars. See, he really, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he really should. Well, the fort's actually going to start pushing on his hill castle. Yeah. How's the fish doing, by the way? Does he have more fishy to eat? More salmon? Yep, he has lots of fishy to eat. Good. Should be able to finish this off then, you know? Should be able to finish his job. Do what he came here to do, which is win. He's gonna siege the fort down. Fort is again sieged. Nice. Awesome. Perfect. This is good to see. Yep. Yep, that's going to be a win. That's good, and I'm going to take the fort down, and then from there, I think his banks are in good trouble at this point. Banks are definitely in trouble. He could get 2 more banks to add in, though, using the Religious Freedom. The Royal Decree. Might have to do that. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, what's he got planned? What's he cooking? He should be making some foot artillery right now. Because he could stop him right here with foot artillery. The thing that's keeping him in good standing right now is the fact that the young guns don't actually do multipliers against the scout-style cavalry, only the assault ones. Yeah, the spearmen is the way to go here, because the spearmen will actually counter the hussars and they siege very well. 50 siege, and they're not even honored level yet. Another mountain castle. Maybe that is a good card, I don't know. Seems to like it, you know, and seems to be pushing him forward. Where did he receive that, by the way? Was it, yeah, it was right over here. He's gonna drop it in here, I bet. Somewhere within the non-mortar radius of the town center, where you can still place it. He's gonna respond with redoubts to try to wall him off and shoot him down. I don't know if that's gonna do it or not, though. No, can't tell really. I mean, possible, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Not looking too good for you. Not looking too good for you right now. Yeah, I think that's about it for you, you know, he's about both. He's even adding in the Kree trackers, which is kind of fun to see, you know. Second time today we saw these nice native units being employed in the match. Yep, should be, yep, we're doing quite good. Yeah, I think that's about it for the Dutch. How's their resource count? They got resources, but I don't think they got enough to quite keep them out though. Even with these fortified, these frontier readouts, I don't think they can hold it out much longer. Yeah, unupgraded partisans, not the best defense. Watch, he's making quick work of those buildings. Alrighty then, that's GG for them. You know, I mean, I think that the... How much fish was in the water, by the way? Did he have much fish left? He had a couple of patches of fish left over here and there, I think. But yeah, then he would have had to switch on the whales or his. Let me look at that card. Korean's gonna. He did pack a very important card with him as well. The cadastral survey. Cadastral survey will spawn race patties over time. With those race patty, rickshaws would just be able to keep producing them for free, which he'd probably have to switch into to make up for his loss of fishing. So he did everything in just about the nick of time, I think, to really get things going. Good match. This is one of probably the better encounters of the day, I would say. Just because of the fact that we got a tiebreaker. The Kazan and Fiora one was alright too, I'd say. The other series are good, you know what I mean? I don't think there's ever such a thing as a bad encounter, ever, you know? People have their own gameplay styles, and it definitely affects things. Now, wait a second, I got a call coming in. Before we even start this, let's get that out of the way. think we're good for now to keep going. We'll see. If I have to pause again, I will. But alright. So this is match 3. Hopefully no low sinks. Hopefully we can see a good tiebreaker game. As people pointed out earlier this week, this is usually the better map to play on because it allows for more unique strategies, right? It's not as rushed and aggressive as the other ones, right? You can actually turtle quite effectively well on Jebel Musa because of these cliffs. You're able to put up these walls around the cliff sides here. All you really need, at least, yeah, like on this side, you need gate here, gate number 2, gate number 3, gate number 4. So, and looking at the other side, it's mathematically it's about the same. There's about 4 gate spots you have to put to wall it. Or you could just wall it this way too, protect it that way. And there's also potential for even fishing as well because of this small little pond here coming out of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. Right? You got the whales, you got the fish. So yeah, you could even go for a Greek gameplay if you want to. Well, anyways, let's see what the matchups are. So we got the Canadians on 1, and we got the Dutch again on 2. I guess Sebas has really set his mind on winning with Dutch, I guess. Feels like I let victory slip through my fingers last time by spending all my floating coin for Mamluks, but losing them to a infantry counter, the Byung. Maybe now he sees the way and says, you know, this time I'm not going to waste my coin so easily on mercenaries that can't win, and instead using my mercenaries that can win. Same deck, right? Yep, same exact deck. And cards and all. For Canadians, we'll see. I'm guessing it's going to be the same one we've seen from Darkus in the past encounters, though. Yeah, this is exactly the same with the Frightened Manifesto in there. He has the, these give 3 culverins, basically, because that's what the crypt steel cans are. Native, yeah. Same deck as usual for both parties involved. Now, what's going to be interesting is to see when they decide to go at it with each other, right? Are they going to attack right away? Are they going to wait a little bit? As I can tell from the timer, yeah, this is probably going to be a quick fight, right? They're not going to camp out a lot, which they probably could afford to do, right? Because what you could wind up with in a late game situation is Voltaguire du Quebec versus flankers, perhaps, with the Voltaguire du Quebec's having the advantage of having no build limit, also being good against shock units, right? So maybe that's why Judge probably tries to force a fight early, is he doesn't want to deal with the Voltaguire Quebecs later. And he probably doesn't even want to deal with the Mississauga horses either, because, well, his cheap riders, you know, they're very statistically weak, and they probably don't want to deal with the very trash unit costing scout unit, basically, which does a lot of damage. That'd be my guess. Because you can almost think of Mississauga horses like the Hod's Kanya Horseman, right? But a later game age, industrial age version of it with the veteran and guard stats included. Now, Canadians are going to be going for Louis Joseph of Montcalm, so Troopers de Marine for him. And that's going to be going for the burger for coin, silver crates of coin. So what's he going to get planned here now? Got about probably going to go for the 7 and the chords. It would again followed by a bank wagon. That's standard Dutch build order. Oh, he's actually going for the Dutch East India Company. This gives you a market wagon and it makes banks cheaper and it makes them stronger, so that it's even harder to take those down. That's, I don't know, is that standard in the Asian dioceses to do from time to time, is go for a Dutch East India Company instead of the wood? I mean, hypothetically, do the math in your head, you know, look at this and say, yeah, it makes it 15% cheaper, which can certainly. Wait a minute, does he not have a bank yet? Yeah, he doesn't have a bank yet. That's worrisome for him. You know, I'm worried for him. Also, this is a very specific build where you grab them all at once or something. I'm a little bit worried for him. You know, I just don't know if he's going to get them out in time, and this might be where he ends up dying. You know? I think we saw this with Kazan before. He was doing some sort of wacky fast fortress build without the banks, and he just didn't have much of a defense when he had to defend himself from being attacked, right? Tried building some of those nice barracks grenadiers, but it was too late. Here's the bank. This is how much they cost. It's about a little under 300. It's still quite costly, but not as much. I mean, I don't know if that's really a worthwhile investment. It seems kind of wacky because, you know, a market is like 100 wood. How much wood are you really saving on? That's a good question. Probably like 400 something food, 400 wood, and another. Yeah, I guess I guess in the long run it's substantial, but then again you have to chop your weight to get the full value of that, right? And then you gotta consider the hit point benefits to these banks, like a side bonus on top of that. Right. And here's the thing, like, really you're not even saving that much food and wood because you're just gonna use the bank wagon anyways. Yeah, see, what I would have done with this is I would have just had to give you a +1 build limit, so you would never have to really wait in reserve, right? So that way you could maintain the Dutch East India Company's value no matter what of the cost that it was initially had. I understand you can't get Dutch to made banks because then things really get out of hand. Now, we'll see what Canada's got brewing up here. So, he's going double barracks now. Probably troopers and marine double barracks. Economically, macro-wise, he's doing alright. You know what I mean? If he's not planning to make units yet, he's doing alright. Right? If he's going for a capital age in the Metis rebels, perhaps, can't find too many faults in that. Right, the Mouse Rebels quite good. I probably counter the Dutch skirmishers at short range. He's actually going for lookouts too, which I find interesting. Lookouts, these are basically the actual Age of Empires 2 outposts. You know, those little tiny towers that don't actually attack anything. They just reveal a long line of sight over a piece of the map. That's what these lookouts are. And these are actually in the Napoleonic era as well, I believe. Yeah, they give you some reconnaissance over an area. Also checking into his market text now. How's he doing like macro-wise? Like, yeah, I mean, he could age up right now if he wanted to, which I think he's probably going to do in the end. Yeah, I don't see him sticking around this age much longer. He really doesn't have much of a reason to stick it out in this age. He can really go up at any time. Austin Cabrera. So he's going to probably be looking to get a bank himself, right? Because his technology ends up giving you a bank wagon. So it's going to be 2 silver banks. Stable and barracks. Starting to build those cheaper banks now. I think technically Canada's probably in the upward trajectory at this point because you know, they're just sort of economically putting things together better. Yeah. I don't know if he's going Metis Rebel now, or he's gonna go for Troopers on Marine with veteran upgrades. Like, what's sort of his game plan? Yep, and then 2 over here we see he did put a bit of a wall in his forward-facing entry point here by the cliff side. So if Canadians want to go for a direct push in, they're gonna have to come around the corner here. Oh, I was wondering what that little unit was. That's actually the Cobra Snake from one of the treasures on the map. Right, that's actually a unique Wars of Liberty pet that you can get for certain treasures on more of the Indian maps as well as some of the African ones. It's funny how they were actually able to add it to even these ESO maps, sort of bringing some of the Wars of Liberty features onto the more mainstream ESO maps. Yep, so hunting dogs are going to be coming out now. Spearmen are going to be, these Fleet Spontooners are going to be pushing up this way, probably in defense. It's going to be interesting to see when military is produced by both sides. Hasn't yet by, well, here you go, that's doing a forward redoubt out of their base with some skirmishers. And politician being researched will be the Cornet. Cornet gives Hussars. So that'll basically give them a bit of a extra power against these troopers and marines. But not by too much, because remember, troopers and marines are, they can just about counter anything in large numbers because of that crush damage. Yeah, and that's part of what he's counting on, honestly. Has he gotten the veteran upgrade yet, though? That's the question. And here's the bank, the new bank in Montreal. He's going to lay that down as soon as he possibly can. Take full advantage of it. So what's he going to do? Is he going to go like 1k coin, 1k wood? Go up and get some Mounties or something? What's the plan there? I guess he could go Mounties, you know. Yeah, Mounties wouldn't actually be the worst idea, because the Mounties, you know, they get pretty good stats for a maneuver unit, all things considered. You know what I mean? And then you can, yeah. Or he could go Mississauga Horse. Really, whatever he feels comfortable with. Like, if he's worried of Halberdiers becoming a threat, he might just want to, just stick with the range unit instead for safety. Otherwise, yeah. Just gonna put a house down. Good. Sky and Cedro. Going down. Fort Wagon's coming up next. I can imagine the fort's either going to be placed in this area or this area. It might even be, it could be placed on the other side of the track as well. But I would be a little bit hesitant of that in case he ever makes any sort of like mortar, like the Napoleon, the Dictator. Yeah, the Dictator is actually the name of the Anglophony mortar. It's the Dictator. Yeah, so where's this fort actually going to go? Could actually could see it going all over the place. Like, oh, he's gonna build right at the base of this entryway here. So he has this area covered. He has this area covered. He also walled this area off here. The only entryway you can go right in is going all the way around here. And you know, that would be a risk in itself because he could be shot up all the way over there. So that's just not gonna cut it. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, discovered his little envoy scout here and is gonna try to eat him. Yeah, so looks like Canada will actually be doing a bit of a fishing expedition here, right? It's actually kind of pretty smart because where would do both players ever go for the water and compete over this pretty small water map, right? So if you decide to take advantage of it yourself, you're usually the only one that has to compete for it. He'll get some benefit out of this water. And it will actually probably put him on par with his bank welding opponent as well. So right now he has a couple whiplifts and he has the he's a veteran Tropas de la Marines now. Yeah. Good. Now these whiplifts, they're good for their range. Like, these are like a long range version of the Falcon. They're really good at their range. They're not quite like Falconets in terms of their splash and anti-infantry, but they make up for it in range, and they can be used against a lot of other things like artillery as a result because of that range that they're able to employ. So where's he going? Is he going to... Yeah, you should be able to see him now. Does Seba see him? Yeah, he does see him. Well, this isn't quite as good because, yeah. He's out of his line of sight, though. Yeah, that's not cool. Nice. I wouldn't have done that. I would have just went inside and faced him off inside the base. Yeah. So he did what he had to do, I guess. Yeah. Now, it'll be interesting to see what he has plotted here. Oh, if we do see Corsair gameplay, that might influence the H4 politician if that's a thing that's done here. Oh, good. Good. Alright. So, it looks like bets are actually on the back pedal now, at least militarily. Yeah, I mean, these Corsairs aren't going to have the easiest time. He's going to probably lose a couple of them at least. Yeah, just focus firing down at this point. Doesn't matter too much. Yeah. But he's going back in. That's lag. I think that was lag that did that to him. I think he was legit trying to micro it and he ended up lagging a bit. That's always unfortunate when that happens, you know, when you start lagging or having a lag storm. You know. Yeah, I feel bad when people lag like that. Just screws a lot of things up. Wait a minute, I got a call coming in. Let me pause that up real quick and we can get right back to it. Okay, we're back and running now. Let's get back to it, shall we? Nice. Okay, let's continue. So we were seeing a bit of action around the Sebas Dutch base. Yep, and we saw the Canadians making Metis rebels and troopers and marines while maintaining a bit of a fishing expedition up here. Continued. So he has 3 culverins here, so it's really interesting to see if these are going to come into play when sieging the fort, if that does end up happening. That's the biggest thing I could see these being used for right now. I do think the Dutch have the advantage of just having more resources at their disposal, though, right? Seems like Canada, they haven't quite gone for their, they would have pulled their deck, they haven't gone for their Mounties yet. Like, they'd want to have Mounties to deal with Cuirassiers if they can. Exactly. Because the Cuirassiers are assault, and that's the one thing that maneuver units are really good against. He did end up taking out one of his trading posts, though. That's good. So what's his idea going to be? He's going to like mix in Metis rebels and the naval units. I really wish he'd keep up with this mill production, though. But I guess he's sort of thinking, yeah, I'm not going to get as much settlers. I'm just going to keep up with the fishing for now. But then again, you're going to run out of fish at some point, and you don't want to go too heavily into it. No, never mind, he's going to get some pioneers, alright. I was going to say, though, that, yeah, you could go into fish, but just keep in mind this isn't the biggest body of water for a water map, so, yeah, you're going to want to definitely think about having other options for eating. What is he doing? Is he trying to lure them? What's Sebas see? Sebas see? So does he see this army coming in? Yeah. Well, they are doing quite a bit of damage to that fort, though, I will say. It's actually pretty impressive. Yeah, Canada doesn't really have a reason to push in and risk his army. He just needs to sit back and let the croup cannons do their job in this fort. It's kind of funny seeing this fort go down so easily, though, without much of a competition. Yeah. And Canada's actually going to be probably putting their own fort down here to sort of match what he was doing. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful work. Now, where's that fort wagon gonna go? Is that gonna go somewhere up here? Yeah, I can imagine somewhere up here. Could go down here. Yeah, somewhere in this spot. Yeah, at this point it doesn't matter where the culverins are because, well, there's no artillery in play on the Dutch side yet, so I'm not too worried about whether he has the cannons there or not. If he wants to have them down here, just make sure you can defend the things, honestly. Oh, he did lose a villager trying to build that train post, though. I mean, I think tables are somewhat turning here in Canada's favor because not only because you see the time is sort of running out, but I just see the score going up for Canada at this point. Their score is just slowly going up. And now, if he wants to age up and start getting like mounted police or Mississauga horses, now's the time he could probably start to do that. I don't know if that's what we'll see. Maybe, maybe not. You know, I mean, of all the times I've seen Darkus go with the Canadians, this is probably his better gameplay, I would say. Just kind of sticking to their principles now, right? All he has to do is stick up here behind the fort, you know? Reposition himself. Yeah, reposition yourself by the fort. We got some skirmish here. If you could lure him in and get him to use up his maneuver units, great. Otherwise, it's just a nice little distraction. Yeah, I think Canada wins this because, you know, he's gone to commit fully in here. And he just can't access his skirmish units that easily right now. You know, this cliff here, he really did an intelligent job of keeping this cliff near him. Because now the enemy units have to do a full ring to get into here. And because of that, he can fully engage with them. Oh, interesting, we're going to see a general being used. You don't always see these. See, the benefit of having a general is it has special abilities that can boost the stats of your units. Alright, their hit points, their speed, and their attack. When we do see the Canadian Army engaging fully with the Dutch, what we probably will see is the general releasing some of his abilities on them. Oh, wait a second, we're actually going to see a bit of raiding here. Oh yeah, those are riders. I was wondering, like, are those black riders? No. Yep, Spontooners doing their work. Yeah, I definitely think that the Canadian Army did its job here. And also, they're going to definitely help against the foot artillery as well. Funny how he hasn't even put the general in play at all. Could have definitely used that here. He would have probably saved a couple of units. Also, the Spontooners, just enough siege to get a bank going. When Dutch start losing banks, that's when it's GG for them. Typically. Just look at the Canadians here. They can. He's all set to go industrial age now, if he wants, right? He could go full industrial age and start getting factories, start getting natives, and that's exactly he's gonna go for a Mississauga horse politician. I caught that at the last second before the end of the match. Yeah. So yeah, that was a good series. That was a good encounter, you know. I personally pray every time that we get encounters like this where there's tiebreakers and stuff, and you really see two evenly minded opponents going at it. Seeing what they do, how they handle things, and being able to analyze it for myself. Yeah, good job, Darkus and Sebaswome. Good job. Very good job. So, we're going to be moving on to the next encounter. We're going to have to see how many more we got when I get in there. I know I got mine. I think I got, yeah, so we got Moon versus Cerbero, who I fought for week 11. We got Kaiser versus MCMR, and then you got mine. You don't want to see these yet. This is off limits until, you know what? Yeah, I'll wait till week 11 to show these ones, to keep things organized. They actually streamed these, I think, last night, so legally we'll probably be fine to show these, but it's alright. You can wait a little bit longer, can't you? Alright, so this is match 1 of Moon versus Cerbero. Just so you know, with different busy schedules of people that go to college and work and stuff, sometimes we have to shift around the participants, and sometimes we have more participants, less ones, and sometimes we put replacements in. So if you see some new names you're not used to, just keep in mind that's probably just a new one being added. So we got Moonlight versus Cerbero. Japan versus Haiti. Right, Cebero's going with my Civ. You know I'm good with Haiti, that's for sure. Getting a fight with me of Haiti, good luck to you. It's not a match you want to end up in. We'll have to see what sort of decks they have here. So what's the difference here? It's really only one difference. This one has the siege card and the wood shipment. This one has shrine wagons. Yeah. Interesting, because this is exactly the Kinesi's style of Japanese deck that I use in Definitive Edition. You use these shrine cards basically to send shrines out on the map instead of using wood with them. I think the numbers should definitely be adjusted to reflect Definitive Edition though, just so that build order of Kinesi could actually be applied to Wars of Liberty. Just saying. Just to keep things consistent like we did with the Halberdier stats. So Cebero's actually going to start out with cockfighting, which gives you the free chickens. I mean, I look at the deck in general and say that pretty standard Haitian deck, you know. This is like something I would put together. He definitely has the essential upgrade card here, and here and here. He has the essential upgrades for the hand units, the crates. Yeah, alright. Typically, though, I send cockfighting after three Civites because I want to be ahead in my Vil count when I'm going up, and I'd rather have this be more of an elective card to help me throughout the match and acquiring food. Japan is going for an aggressive Torii Gate rush, it looks like. Torii Gate is coming up. Get out of there, man. Yep, just saw the smoke bomb go off. So what immigrant is Cerbero going to go with? Really? Extractivism. So the economic theory? I don't feel comfortable with that lineup. You know, I would much prefer you go 3 Civites and either the extractivism or the cockfighting is number 2. Because now Moonlight is already more than halfway through his age up, because he can obviously manipulate the age up time using the number of villagers building the wonder. And what he can do right out of the gate is he can probably just start popping out Shigumas, start popping out Kies, and go right for your base. We'll have to see though. He might just start out with the 600 cords of wood first, just to get his pop up. Yeah, he's playing it. Yeah, he can afford to do that because he has more time on his hands. He got up quicker. I'm just surprised that a friend here hasn't actually gotten any more shrines yet. Well, here's a shrine right here. to be going for wood so that he can use the shrine's trickles to help get more shrines. Guess he's gonna queue up a Shiguma here, I would assume. Double wood. Double wood. Alright, so now, German immigrants. Again, I don't know why no one ever goes Arab immigrants. I've seen a couple of people do it, but not a lot. No, the Arab immigrants are just better. You know, when I go Haiti in week 11, I end up using the Arabs, yeah. That's a little hint I'll give you for that. Though you should already know that, because that's all I ever do is Arabs. I sometimes do Germany, but mostly Arabs. Could also do Polish as well. They're all pretty good options. He's going around with his free samurai from the Torii Gate Wonder. He's also started to train some Shigumas as well. See, this is the problem with the way he did his age up times. He just put himself really behind. Yeah, he's not even gonna finish that barracks, you know, and he's gonna lose the thing. Man, I would just focus on the Civites here instead of worrying about protecting this hero. Yeah, get out of there, I guess. Just one. Gonna lose one. Probably lose that one, yeah. Let me check. Yeah, you could revive it though. Could revive it with the 10 faith. That's definitely an option. You know, you get to revive up to 2 Civites off the bat because you start with 20 faith. So I may as well make it be that one, I guess. Actually, well, I guess no. No, he's going full Escopetero towards the base. We'll have to contend with the Gunther Riders though. We have to deal with these skirmishes though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems like Japan just has more resources right now. Though Haiti does have the better units on the field, I think. The Escopeteros, and he's going to be adding in sailors. He could typically do some real damage here with just Escopeteros and sailors. You know what I mean? Both of them counter both line and skirmish units. So yeah, we'll have to see though, is that going to be a possibility for him? Because if it is, could get this barracks down, could get the Torii Gate down. Yeah, well, nice. Good. Took out the pickets. Yeah, the pickets took out the Gunther Rider, I should say. Just, yep. Yeah, pickets and shots in there. With these pickets, I guess, handle the barracks for now. anywhere as easy. What do you think? I think at this point it's probably... I actually can't tell at this point. It seems like they're both sort of in the same boat, just not having enough resources at this stage in the game. And I guess it comes down to whoever wins the mini battles with each other. Like, yeah, and indeed I do see the Gunter Riders coming out, but he does have pickets out there. Yeah, there's that possibility. What I would really like to see is Brummers or Chevrolet or the Diablo Legion coming out of this immigrant zone. Because that is basically free units that returns some XP into your stockpile. You will be focusing down some of these shrines, because the key to defeating Japan is killing up their shrine economy. The more shrines you can burn for free, great. Get a little XP and you down his economy. Definitely doesn't want to lose too many of them though, because now these Dentos are some serious raiding. Very serious raiding threat. Got a very fast movement speed for scout cavalry. Bishetro is interesting. Yeah, these Bishetros should be actually quite good in this matchup. If you can get into a melee with them, you should be able to do pretty well against these units. Let's see here. What's the plan here? Like, was he think he could take him out already? I don't think he's quite ready yet to go in and commit. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll get the barracks down, but as far as other stuff, I don't know. I think he saw the Dreadsui here, the Daimyo. That will definitely give him lots of, Why is he engaging with this Torii Gate? I don't know. I don't know why he's engaging with him right now. Nice, get those Guntos down. Good. We snared him a bit, I guess. So he has more Gunter Riders. Alright. Yeah, I just don't know what's the game plan of either side right now. I think what Japan is going to try to do is they're going to try to use that Gensui Daimyo, Siago Takamori, and basically push him forward with lots of units pumping in. And yeah, he could even chip in some more Shigumas from it as well. More Gunter Riders grouped up this time. What? Get that in there, get that in there. Ouch. Yeah, you definitely didn't need to lose the readout there, though. That was definitely not necessary. Totally optional, man. Definitely didn't need to lose that. What's that? Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. Like, that's a weird formation. I wouldn't have tried to push him like that. Definitely not. Definitely not. Okay. Looks like yeah, that's definitely gonna hurt. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that Japan is on top at this point. I mean, let's look at the resource. Yeah, and I'm sure they're gonna use that samurai to help in the sieging as well. Samurai coming in here, I imagine. No, I would have put the samurai up here because it's a slow-moving unit. Well, actually, no, it's actually quite yeah, it's actually speed-wise on par with the line infantry. It's actually faster than the skirmishers are. Interesting. What's the cost on? 100? I mean, I guess that's alright because it is a little bit cheaper than the Trabanton. Yeah, he's just gonna keep pushing it north here. It's the only way it's gonna. Also, he's sending in his relations here, his diplomatic intrigue, and now he's going to probably add in a bunch of consulate units as well. Probably either some U.S. Marines or some Dutch Zwart Hollanders, I believe. They are the writers. I forget which one the new Wars of Liberty Dutch get. Other option would be Portuguese, yeah. So that was interesting. It was a pretty good skirmish, I would say. They both were fighting pretty well with each other. Even if he was behind in some units, he still, the Haitians still tried to get some hits in there. Alrighty then. Let's see what else we got coming up next. See match 2. After this, we'll have 2 encounters to do with. That Gandhi versus Danish. Interesting. Yeah, I was wondering because I saw Sabero using Danish during our encounter for week 11, so I was wondering if that was a first time thing or his experience with them. I guess he's pretty good with them, it looks like. At least he likes them a lot. We'll have to see what card he gets here. What deck? Remember, Danish get their first shipping super quickly with those XP crates. He ended up getting some wood crates here to start with. Now, I don't really understand why he would do that unless he's going for a fish boom. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense at the start. Like if you want to build an anchorage up in the water there. Now this deck, as long as he goes for this first, seems pretty standard to me. Then he goes for logging and coin afterwards. I mean, deck wise, pretty standard of what I would do, I would say. You know, I wouldn't put Sepwars, I'd get Zambrax instead. Because they're a ranged option. Yeah, quite a bit to look at. Yeah, this should be interesting. We'll have to see how this matchup goes. I wonder where he's going to put his Agra Fort down, because that's pretty standard for India. I really doubt he's going to go for the Karnamata. That's another option. I did that earlier this week against my opponent on ESO. Karnamata is a bit of a greedier option, but does give you a lot of resources to work with. And then he sends Cloperdism after shipping the wood. So what did the wood go into exactly? He sent wood to take 2 train posts, it looks like. I mean, I don't know. One thing I think he's lacking that I like to have is the infinite land sold at shipment. The land sold at being the cheap, trashy musketeer line infantry that the Daesh get now instead of the standard line infantry that they had for a while. Yeah, they did some wacky things to the Dutch roster, the Danish roster. They don't want to get the Frisk Scouts either. They get like generic volunteers and they also get generic skirmishers now as well. It actually gives them really trashy line infantry, but it's also super cheap. Ah, so he's going to put the Agra Fort right here. Okay. And for politicians, he's going with the enlightening governor. The only sim in the game that still calls the politician gives you an outpost wagon and 2 hardcore and the governor general. Quite interesting. Probably because it takes a long time to redo those pieces of artwork with the golden halo around their head. Readouts going down here. Let's see what sort of strategy he goes for. wood's coming in, so looking at maybe a barracks or stable start with him. I mean, India has a lot of options. Wait a sec, he's going for White Tiger training. What's this? What sort of funky stuff is he doing here? Tigers. Yep, foreign warning, and then he's going to probably go for the coin afterwards. Also got some free set points to use as well. Let me see. Yep, barracks. I mean, he could be going for an FF, but it would be hard to tell at this point because food-wise, coin-wise, he's at the level of being able to do it. And if he doesn't want to do that, great for him because he can go right into foot artillery and follow up with grenadiers. Yeah, I don't know though. Is he really going for that type of a strategy? I do see some volunteers coming out though from the Danish side. Probably in response to the set-point aggression on that trading post. Maybe he can save one of them. He's certainly going to lose that one. Got the transfer of XP just in the right amount of time though. If it is the Enlightened Adventurer, so probably volunteers and partisans, right? Ranger pikemen. Be able to add that to his already growing mass of volunteers. No, I don't know why he would go ship them in now unless he wanted to do some serious combat. You know, you really want to have a shipment available when you hit the capital age, so you can get some artillery. Something powerful that you can't get already. Still grabbing a bit of treasure up here, I see.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good, eh? You mind, Commando? Right then.
Nice. So we got Sawars hanging out around here, looking to swoop in. I don't know, it seems like they're probably gonna, yeah, they're not gonna get much out of that. Also, you got the partisans here, kind of short as well.
I'll win the order.
Yeah, I think it's really anyone's game at this point. It's sort of a toss-up. I don't think anyone is in particularly a good spot. I mean, really, I could see India. Well, India hasn't faced any pressure yet at home. That's what they have on their side. Right, all the fighting's happening over at Cerberus. So if he can, you know, acquire some resources, get some mahouts later and some siege elephants, you know, the sort of little defensive here is going to fall pretty quickly. Now he has to be careful of these grenade throws. Grenade throws can really set him in a bad place. Oh yeah, these grenade throws can be pretty harmful. Yeah, that's just not gonna work. Yeah, you better retreat now while you still can. Let's see what they got now. So Barrow is going to be able to push in now, it looks like, because he just has a lot of surplus resources at his disposal. You know, he's going to try to go for Grenadier Hussar in the end. I saw some land soldats there for a while, but I was thinking, you know, Grenadiers are just going to be a better anti-infantry option. Oh, Moonlight here is actually going for the Carnamada. I would have expected the Chum Sabdar Gate, honestly, so you could get a free Mahout. And then you could send an army of like 3 to 4 Mahouts at them. Also, getting a consulate with the British allies would be good too, if that's the plan. Some Gurkhas coming out. Definitely good against Grenadiers. Yeah, these Hussars are just going to chase down these Sawars in the end. I don't know, I mean, I think India's in a good spot with them. Yeah, as long as they don't lose too many units. I mean, right now he's doing pretty good going in the stagger and sticking up around the fort. Slowly ironing Gurkhas to dispatch his grenadiers at range. Oh yeah, he put his place up at the target fort instead of just down by the base. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you're in there already with your Grenadiers, you better have just going all the way in. Because they're really not going to get out at any point. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing though. I'd say, you know, just get as much siege, much work done as he possibly can. Once he thinks he can generally escape here. Here's the thing, these are actually, did he send the other emergency unit? I don't think so. Yeah, now if he sent the other emergency unit, then those would have actually did multipliers against these grenadiers as well. Yep, here's those foot artillery I was talking about before that he probably should have had upon aging up from the home city. Well, now he's going to be adding in actual skirmishers, it looks like. Now, this is kind of messed up because this really shouldn't be a maneuver unit, right? It's not anti-cavalry. It should really just be artillery and shot. Shot tank makes more sense here than maneuver. What can he do at this point? I mean, he probably has to get a couple of shots if he can with the skirmishers against the siege elephants since they possess the maneuver tag. That's what I think his best bet would be. Yeah, probably. Most likely. Most likely. I don't know, my friend. So it's queuing up. Yeah, and then he's going to have to worry about this hunt up here in this mining area. Because if he can, you know, decipher, hey, I got stuff up here, there goes my economy and I'm not going to match. I mean, I would try to maneuver these to push north. Right? I mean, I don't know. And he's going to let the siege elephants just shoot these out. Which is really just bad. Yeah, you really should have just let him just shoot those so easily. That's definitely going to put you in a risky position. And frankly, you should get Curacao at this point. Since you're Danish, you get access to Curacao. Get those cuirassiers going and take advantage of their good splash. Yeah, get some cuirassiers going while you still can, right? It's only about 150 coins, so you could start queuing them up now if you wanted to. Really up to him whether he wants to do it or not. I know I would certainly do it now, if it was me. That's for sure. seriously though, look at this. Right into the set forest. Definitely don't want to be doing that stuff. Especially in this contentious point of the fight. He needs to be able to pick apart these compositions of his army and start hitting them. Otherwise he doesn't have much of a chance anymore. Yeah, Moonlight's economically doing fairly well himself. You know, he has the upward momentum now because he's able to keep his elephants on the field. Now I wonder, how does actually deal anti-scout unit multipliers in melee? Good question. We'll have to wait and see. There he goes again with the hussars going right into the set force. Go over here. You know, move over there. You have to maneuver your units properly. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know. So it's everyone's game at this point. I think it's on India. India has the resources on their side. And they got the military on their side. He's got like this large mass of set points that he just hasn't been able to deal with yet. Yeah, now he's moving over with the skirmisher that's trying to shoot them now. But what can we got to do now? Just shot those earlier. Yeah, I just don't know. Pretty messed up skirmish, I would say myself. Just get the siege elephants or something. Get the howdahs. We got one siege elephant down. Will we get another down? He could actually engage in melee with these howdahs. You know, they don't do multipliers against your hussars anymore. At least in range. Maybe in melee they do, but not in range. Yeah, looks like he's gonna have to go back for a while. Yep, he's gonna have to back up a bit. Go back this way. West Hurrah, looks like. You should be able to handle this if he... Yeah, he's not, he's just running. You know, you could have gotten some shots in, probably. That's what Mike was for. But, oh no, here's the elephant in the room, the house. My favorite unit right here. Then that will be GG. Listen, the house coming to play, GG. These are geared towards fighting skirmish units. They're like very tanky iron flails. Yeah, that's why my house are the best. You just get the job done every time. That's why I like using Indians, they're great. Just, my house just really do their job. Alright, be back in one quick second. We can continue with the next encounter next of Kaiser versus MCMR next. And then mine for the last one. Good series so far today. You know, a lot of civs are being used. Howdy everyone, I'm back. We got 2 more cars to go. Just let me make sure. Check the microphone. Yep, microphone's in. Good. Sometimes when you put a PC down, sometimes the microphone disconnects. We should be able to finish these other 2 now. So this is Kaiser versus MCMR. Match 1. Had a bit of congestion earlier. Seems to be good now. So we got Dutch. I love Dutch. No problem with Dutch. Versus Kaiser, who is using the Hoopy Sieve. Hoopy Chileans. My guess is probably sailors from the Chileans, and probably either an FF or a Hussar based approach by the Dutch. Really depends though. We'll have to see how this one goes. Yeah, this deck doesn't work.
Hermano, atento.
Okay, so let's look at the decks once they pop out. Nothing big yet so far. You do see Dutch on four mines though, 4 miners here. Probably to keep up bill production. Colbertism on the Dutch side, and one on the Chilean side. So he's actually going with Patria Vieja. Now this is a card I used to use it a very, very long time ago. Right back in the day when I used this card, the effect was a lot different. It was back in the day when Latin American politicians just worked differently. You know, they and now that I look at this, it's actually quite significant. 400 wood. You know, I might actually be opting to try that at some point. You know, via Patria Vieja. If you can keep, you know, if you could save half your resources of aging up, and keep up unit production, that might actually be a better way of advancing through the ages. And yeah, I actually dig that a lot. I was thinking at first, maybe not, but as I look at that card now, I'm sort of interested in it. You know, and then he combines with Soldados de Mar, gets sailors from his barracks. Quite good. Quite good indeed. Yeah, I should be able to do quite a lot with it, I think. Okay, so he's actually going with the Arab Wave. And then Marcos is going with the Burger. So coin for him and Arabs. Well, he's going to get a trading post wagon for sure. And he's also going to get access to the powerful Gallegos if he needs to make a unit in a pinch. Now, wait a second. If politicians are about half the cost, that means he could actually age up right now. Will he? Will he age up right now? Does he? Huh. Interesting. I was thinking, like, yeah, he's going to do, like, an instant age up. Because he technically had the resources to do it. If it's truly half cost for capital age. I will try that probably today if I do any games against Hishi with it. It's a Germanic sound name in ESO. Yeah. Frantic Fred. Yeah. Yeah, I'll consider that. Yeah, he is aging up already though. Second Arab wave. What's he gonna do with the train post wagon? Is he gonna use it or what? Exactly. Yeah, there it is. Alright. Now, what I would do if it was me doing this, I would actually go for the Germans and get the fort, right? Because you obviously have to defend yourself, right? And if you get a free fort, and then you can ship your own fort, that's actually quite good defensively. There's not a lot you can do to deal with that. Oh yeah, that's actually true. Didn't think of that. Oh no, wait a second. He could actually afford to age up again now, because he's gonna have 1k food, that's all he's gonna need. I just did the math in my head and just realized that, like, oh wow. Boy, that's good. It's really good. He could already hit industrial age now. Yeah, see, that's why he has the crates there. But what I would have done though is I would have most likely would have put like military units in here, especially like infinite shipments of any kind. Like getting 13 Frontier Cav infinite, that's pretty good. Yep, see the fort's coming out. Yeah, see if he went German immigrants, would he actually be able to... You don't need the fort wagon, son, you just need to go German immigrants. Get one for free. And now he's going for Arab Wave 3. Alright, I understand what he's doing now. He's gonna go for an Imperial Age. Right? And then he's gonna use the Arab ultimate power for improving the market trade rate. See, if I knew what he was doing, I would be stuffing up the market right now with stuff. Yeah, I'd be screwed with the market rate right now, just the Sabo one right now. Wait a minute, does that count for age ups as well? Sociedad de la Igualdad? Is that a oh wait a minute, I think if I remember from the Eagle, yeah, the Eagle upgrades, right? Age ups are considered economic technologies, right? So maybe that might actually make it just cheap enough for him to do that. I can't recall though, I'd have to think about that. Now that's actually insane, because what he could do is hit Imperial Age and start popping out lots and lots of Gallegos Imperial Age Janissaries against his, yeah, we're definitely trying this today. I'm definitely going to experiment with this a bit. And even if Igualdad doesn't benefit the age ups, still quite good in acquiring technologies. And here comes the coin. Yeah, here comes the coin. Here comes the coin. Do. Comes the coin. And then I imagine he's going to go for the wood next, the cords of wood right after that. Yeah, again. So I don't think, well, we'll find out when he does it, because I don't want to put that card in my deck today and think it's going to do something and ends up not doing what I expect it to. So we're going to have to play it by ear here, what he does with the, yeah, this is a very powerful build here. And you know, Kaiser was telling me earlier in the week about the quickest Fast Imperial in Wars of Liberty, and I guess it was this Civ. I thought he was going to do Mexicans, but I guess Chileans have the fastest Imperial Age. Right, because he's actually going to hit Imperial Age, it looks like. Oh! Whew! Whew! So it really is cheaper because of the age up. Because of the Gualdat actually made that cheaper. I just noticed that. He didn't quite hit 2K and he still managed to get through the Imperial Age. Right? And what is he going to do now? He's probably going to build a market, right? He's probably going to build some sort of market here. And with that market, what he's going to do is he's going to pull out 1 billion resources. I just don't understand why he couldn't do this with the German immigrants. Because he wouldn't need a fort. He could actually get a free fort with that. And have, like, maybe some other improvement in there. And he could get factory wagons, too, which is actually kind of insane. Because then he could go double steel gun. Q, have like 1 million maneuver units, and then be queuing out steel guns. You have it, folks. It's a Imperial Age in probably about 12 minutes. 12-minute Imperial Age. God, what have we done here to make this happen? Where's the market, buddy? Where's the market? You need a market. He has to get a market. Is he going to get a market? No, I would wait till the Imperial Age hits to get that, so the batch is bigger. Unless it cancels it out, I don't know. He's probably thinking, you know, I probably need to play this safely. Yep, flea market, yep. Now to find out, oh, so this is the same, alright, so this is the same battalion, alright, so it swaps over properly, alright. What does he get now, though? That's the question. Like, he should have had 4 artisanal guns in there or something. So that way he could pop up like 8 pieces of artillery and just destroy those skirmishers. That would have been smart. Or something else. Yep, and then he's going to make Lanceros, I can imagine. Well, keep in mind, these are Imperial Age Janissaries. Same stats as an Imperial Age Janissary. Same stats. Well, relatively same stats as an Imperial Age Janissary. Veteran Skirmishers versus Imperial Janissaries. Who wins? This is like a simulator right here. This is a simulator. Like I see, Imperial Janissaries, and but why is he should send more Janissaries? He shouldn't be wasting, unless he knows he's gonna go on more skirmish, right? Now, what I don't like about this is he has no way of upgrading the Lanceros. He's going off of dry stat Lanceros here, when he really could have had like a big number of other shipments. Yeah, see, now he's just gonna go halberdier, and that's just whatever, you know what I mean?
Listo.
Yeah, I would just kept sending the Janissaries and the Gallegos, because at least those will deal with the halberdiers effectively.
Comandante.
Unless he can micro well, if he can micro them effectively
¿Qué pasa? Listo.
and keep them away from the halberdiers, then yeah, good for you. But oh, he's engaging. Yep. Alright. Watch. What you doing? Watch. Watch out. Don't get snared by him. Just shoot the halberdiers. Alright. Good. Right? Okay, good. Shoot. Alright, good. Nice.
Tenemos patria, ciudadano.
Get those skirmishers now. Good. Oh, no, you didn't get. At least he got away. Alright, he got away. Okay. He should be building more trading posts as well, by the way. That's another critique I have. Build some trading posts, man. Build some trading posts. Build some trading posts. You got the wood, just do it. Then you're gonna get more Janissaries. Yeah, he's doing alright though. I mean, I just think he could be optimizing it more. I see like a million ways of optimizing this. Like, I would have went all the Legos. Yeah, you could train Lanceros from before, great. And I might have even said, let's make it Scotus instead, so that we can actually counter the heavy infantry even better. No reason you have to. Oh right, yeah. Then you have to worry about riders. Yeah, that's right. See, here's the thing I don't understand though. You don't have the Legos there in time. Yeah, like he could have definitely taken over this whole trade route by now and would have had everything under his belt. And more Gallegos are going to come out, right? Yep, more Gallegos. Hopefully. No, that's actually a pretty brutal siege. Nice. Nice work. Good siege. Oh boy, that's actually pretty dangerous. Look at that siege on him. He just took it down a bank. He just took down a bank with one of them. Ooh, this is the type of gameplay we needed to see today. This is wonderful.
Atento. ¿Qué pasa? Libertad.
Start sieging that bank. Why the capital? Why the capital? Why the capital? Get some more Gallegos. More Gallegos are coming, right? He could be getting them out quicker though if he built some trading posts with his right, because he rushed with his export. He could use a villager for that though. That's the thing. He could be actually using a villager to yeah, see, straight to Magellan straight, that's the one I would have, but I wouldn't have had the Fort Wagon. I would have my own Fort Wagon and built like 4 cannons or something. Pieces of artillery. Definitely covering this build today. In my uploads. Definitely. Pretty easy to follow too. Like, it's pretty intuitive. A lot of builds, you just don't know how it comes together. This one's pretty intuitive. Oh jeez, look at that. And how's the Dutch resources, by the way? They're struggling. They're starving right now. That's not going well for them. He's gonna die to this push. He's gonna die to this push. This is gonna die to this push. He's gonna die to this push. Bank. Once you start losing banks of ducks, you're dead. He was already dead because he was already losing banks. Another bank going down. Another bank going down. Watch the Dutch bleed at this point. They're going to be bleeding dry. They're going to be bleeding like a stuffed pig now. Yep, more Gallegos. Yeah. Yay. What's even the build limit on the... It's got about 22 right now. Not bad. Enough to make constant Lancero production. Yeah, see, what I would have done is I would have waited to send Magellan straight in age 4 with the Ford. Right? So that way I could get 2 coin trickles and 2 forts. So that even if you had like a bunch of fire cattle or something, or P-tugs, you'd have a fairer chance of defending that and protecting your territory. It's not as bare boned as shipping a fort. Yeah, it's kind of bare boned though. I'm gonna have to see if I can beat that age up time when I face off against Frantic Red tonight in the 1 versus 1. If he does offer to play, or anyone that does, I'll try to. This is a really good build. Very impressed this build was conceived. I think Alucard found it and passed it on to Louise Kaiser, and then he alluded to me what it was, but didn't want to tell me what it was until he did it. He said, "You'll see what it is in the Liga week 10, you'll see." And here it is. Perfect. If everybody could do builds like this, these tournaments would be insane. Yeah, why can't everybody do wacky stuff like this? You know? Everybody should be able to make this kind of stuff happen. Oh, and yeah, every mod has their sort of wacky little builds. Like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chile wins now. I mean, he really can't come back. If he needs help, he just sends in the army of Lanceros. Oh, that's for the... Is he going for the town sale? Where's he going for now? Oh, he's bringing the Lanceros in now. Yeah, these are the Lanceros. These are the Lanceros coming in. Now, that's a really good deck. That's a really good build. A fort? Really? A little too late though, buddy. You can't even lay down the foundation. Yep. I bet Elton was fuming when he saw this. You know, Elton was definitely fuming. I can guarantee you that. Absolutely. He was probably fuming when he saw this. Like, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? But the problem is now everybody knows what it is, so they're gonna prepare around that, right? They're not gonna pull an Elton and let you just build like that. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna rush you super hard with it and force you to stall and have to make units. Yeah, but for somebody who didn't know what this build was, yeah, that completely caught him off guard. And I think I know what game 2 is going to be, honestly. I think it's going to be Germany, right? It's going to be a German, Germany, yeah. Yeah, I think he's about done at this point. How's the resources yeah, see, Chile's actually, what you probably could do is Chile at some point is actually just shift over to wood and get these Lanceros up to veteran and guard level. And that would be a nail in the coffin, I would think. But other than that, and other than getting the training post earlier, perfect build. Perfect build. Perfect build. And Imperial raids in 12 to 13 minutes. That is unheard of. That is unheard of in a 1 versus 1. Good job. That was beautifully orchestrated. And thank you for the Wars of Liberty team of designing your cards like this to let this stuff happen, right? I don't think this would last very long in Definitive Edition, but Wars of Liberty, you can do stuff like this. And that's why we love it, you know? We don't play normal games in Wars of Liberty, we play stuff like this. 12-minute age-ups. That's what we're known for. That's what we do here is 12-minute age-ups. I think I know what game 2 is already, because I actually worked on it with Kaiser a little bit. Well, I didn't work on him with it, but he said, I want to try a strategy to see if I can use it in the Liga to beat people. And I was basically the guinea pig, right? Did a couple games. You know those Bulgaria versus Germany games? Yeah, that was us testing that. So this is going to be, let me think, Germany, right? Germany. I haven't seen this match yet, but I think it's going to be Germany. Well, Marcos is going to go with the Italians, and, oh, he's going to go Haiti. So he actually didn't end up doing it. Alright. So he ended up doing something else. Alright. I thought he was going to go Germany. Now, this is good because when we do my encounter versus Sogdalak, you'll see what I'm talking about with the build that he was working on. He didn't even show me exactly how to do it, but I just looked at the deck and put it together in my mind and analyzed it and thought, you know, oh, I know how to do this. This is exactly how you do it. And after trying it once or twice before, I was like, hey, bingo, I figured it out. So look forward to that in the coming matches today. It'll actually be the last match of this whole stream. So it's really the best for last. The only other thing maybe better than that was what we just saw with the Chileans. Now, cars were falling in my footsteps, but I figured, you know, I can't do any of my twinkle toe footwork here because Elton's going to start playing a little bit more hard on me now. You know what I mean? Because of what just happened, right? Yeah. Now let's look at these decks and see what they got planned. At least conceive what they got planned. Yeah, that's a lot of decks. Actually, wait a second. Let me put a light on. It's getting a little dark in here. It's getting a little dark for my taste. Yeah, now we're good. Alright, now we're good. Okay. So let's keep going. Get through this and then we can see the final encounter. Alright, good. So deck-wise, he's got, merchants, crates, volunteers. So he's not going for the barricade style build, okay. He's got some Alpini, Grenadiers, good. Oh, Kaiser, he does this cockfighting first as well. Is that like a standard now? Or, I don't know. A lot of unit shipments. He does have fencing school as well. These infinite shipments, though, these are like the critical ones you get with Haiti. He really should have had the 11 to 14 range Machete one as well. Yeah, probably. Okay. First Arab wave. Taking part of my footsteps with that part. Statesman for Italy, so that means we're gonna see some a redoubt wagon and some coin. Don't know much else yet about what's going on. But I remember when I was playing against Luis Kaiser, he was actually the Italians in that position. So I don't know if he's going to do something similar or not. We'll have to see. Oh, he's going double livestock pen to get the most out of the chickens. Pretty smart. Well, you probably actually make up all the lost food of having less villagers just by eating the chickens, I would suppose. Here's the Arab wagon. It's going to be building it defensively. Trading post rickshaw as well. I would like to say that technically Haiti probably has the advantage here. Yeah. I mean, as long as it doesn't go full Pachetro, I don't think the Signaliaries are going to really have a field day here. Oh, is he going for the, wait a second. Does he have Costa Nostra? He doesn't have Costa Nostra. I thought he was going to turn them into mafiosos or something. Oh, he's going to use it with the church. Right, yeah. Yeah, that's right, because the architects can play at the basilica. And then you can use the faith and trade it for coin. So I don't know, it might actually have a better utility in getting free coin. Oh, pickets. Pickets are coming. The picket fence has begun. Oh, his house though, so he's not getting any unit shipments in. Much you can do with that. Oh, if he can take down the town center upon aging it up. Oh boy, look at this. Look at this madman at work. Oh, and this is funny because I did this to Elton in D3 for a Liga we did. He was trying to do the age up as Russians, and what I did is I took an army of pikemen and I think skirmishers and hussars as Dutch and just burned his town center right upon aging up, leaving him completely bare boned and unable to expand his economy. It was brilliant. Yeah. Now the match does go on further though, so it doesn't end there. Like if he had a little, he'll add some receptors into the mix though, yeah. Yep, he's gonna probably kill those Minutemen, I would assume at least. And add the pickets in. Good, nice. He's gonna sweep up that army and then he's gonna be able to pressure him again. Yeah, I mean, if he can micromanage his Mishretros, he could actually kill those partisans quite easily. See if he can do it, I don't know. He doesn't have to, but, yeah. He's not forced to by any stretch. Yep, and then Mishretro's coming in. Market. Market. Probably must be frustrating because he has to micro his villagers just to take out those pickets. And he's losing the merchants in the process as well. Losing the economy. You know, he's bleeding like a stuffed pig right now in the economy, I can imagine. Let's see. Yeah, he's not doing too well, I can imagine. Nope. Not at all. Not at all. And is he in the chicken too, so yeah, his food gathering rate's really good right now. Oh, but he's gotta be careful with the grenadiers though. I think it's the fact that he's making these grenadiers that's the reason why it takes so long, because if he didn't have grenadiers with the Civ or a really good counter, he would have already died already. Town site would have went down and things really would have looked up from there. Yeah, since he does have a town, so now he can start shipping in Basigliaries, Alpini, that's needed. And he has those, right? He has the Alpini, he doesn't have the Basigliaries. Now versus Haiti, it would behoove you to have the Basigliaries because the Mishretros are an assault unit. It can also be used against the Sculptors in the rare event that those are pulled out as well. Good stuff. Good stuff. Fort wagon. He's gonna need that fort. It would be kind of tricky if he managed to kick that fort out. Fort Palmanova. Yeah, you can tell from Haiti that resource-wise they're just really ahead. of the pack right now. Here comes his Englands, the nice raiding units. Here's the Basigliaries.
Lord Barret. Servo del Signore.
Oh, there he goes with the cover mode. He's gonna be good. Yeah, he's gonna soak up the grenade throws with that cover mode. And then he's gonna be able to move in unchallenged. Yep, as predicted. Yeah, that must have cost him a lot of wood there to repair. All wood. To take his barracks out, take these houses out. A lot of things he could do right now. Oh, he's gonna go mass redoubt building? Yeah, probably a good idea. Just defend himself with the wall of towers. Yeah, I just snuck on by with that army of England's. I mean, at this point, it's pretty easy to say that I think Haiti's gonna win this in the long run because you know, Italy's just on the back pedal with their economy, and they don't really have a lot of map control right now. They really just have this meat up here to eat. Once this is gone, I don't know. Because actually, Luis Kaiser doesn't even need meat because, you know, he's eating chicken over here. You know, he has the chicken, and the chicken is an unlimited source of food for him. Yeah, it's just as good as the huntables do. I just don't know what the win condition is, like what's going to be the finisher. Be escapateros? Is it going to be pickets? Is it going to be the candle plant later on? What's exactly the finisher going to be? Could be a lot of things. Could be a lot of things. Let's see. Yep, the Bersigliers up here trying to maneuver their way around. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue for him. Taking a raid. Oh, Hurons, Wendaps, nice. This is going to be the win condition. Natives. Alright. Good for this map, for sure. Yeah. And it's also pretty immune to whatever he's producing right now. I mean, really, what can he use against that? He can't really use Bersigliers, he can't use Grenadiers. What can you use against Mamluks? Yep, there they go. Yep, there you go. I'm done. Yeah, yep, I think that's about it for him. Now he's going to slowly start getting siege down. And you can't really push in too hard with the Bersigliers because Escopeteros can shoot them out pretty quickly if they get a couple, 1 or 2 good dollars in. Yeah. Yep, looks like it's going to be a GG for Italy. Yep, guarantee that. GG for Italy. Yeah. I mean, you can see, yeah, it's really kind of futile for him because he's just running in and out trying to shoot one of the escorts down. But it's so bad because cost efficiency wise, the Escopeteros costs a lot less resources than the Bersiglier does. The Bersiglier is a fully fledged maneuver unit with the large cost of food and coin. So you could literally make pretty good number of Escopeteros to equate to the resource cost of a Bersiglieri. There he goes. The Mamluks tanking again. Oh yeah, this is I think that's where it goes south. Yep. Nice. Fort down. Tower wall's gonna come down. Good. That was a good encounter, like a really good one, you know. Especially the first game. That first game, man, that was brutal. That was a brutal first game. Now it's good. We're gonna go to the best for last one. gonna be the final countdown, I guess, you know? Final encounter of the day. End of the week. So, let's see who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Sog versus Unstoppable Stravetsi. What's a Stravetsi? Is it like a Streletsy transvestite or something? I don't know. Maybe I became a princess, I don't know. We'll find out in this matchup. Okay, so we got Seg with Grand Columbia, and then you got me with Koreans. Yeah. You know, after that encounter between Kazan and MCMR, where he was Koreans, I got a little bit inspired by that and wanted to try it myself on this map and say, well, maybe Korea's actually a pretty good sit for this match. We'll see. And I also banned the Ottomans for him as well. So he really couldn't go Janissaries on this map. Basically forcing him to use one of his favorite Latin American civs. And with that, you would use Machetros, and Gungo Cavalry just happened to counter them at range. That's what I was thinking in my mind. Like, it's probably going to go for some weird Latin American civ if he doesn't go Ottomans. And to deal with that, my best shot would probably be to have Gungo Cavalry. We'll have to look at the decks and see what we're doing here. Now, for me, I'd go with the Tammy Spammy. You know, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to fall on examinations at all. I could have done examinations. Wouldn't have been the worst idea, but wanted to play it safe. You know, have more economic control. It's totally fine, you know. If you need more resources, you need more resources. I didn't think I was going to be able to go for a full examination style rush, especially since I'm not really experienced in that area. Seg, however, let me see, I don't know which one he went for. What shipment does he go for? No shipment from, whatchamacallit yet. Nope. Yeah, that was a little bit of a late time to get a shipment, but it's alright. Got Juanas muy guapas. So that's Finca here as well. For H2, mostly Rush. Let's have the good Machetro card. For H3, Voltaggio, Machetro, Artisanals. In H4, he does like to have Rompileñas and Granaderos de Taqui for his palace units. Certainly free to get acquire other ones, but those are just the ones he feels like upgrading. And go up with the Grand Palace, who wouldn't? It's a great booming potential. And I'm thinking, you know, while I'm thinking about using Cav Archers, also Foot Archers, for conscripts and partas and things like that, it would be good to stay ahead of them in bill count, and maybe even acquire some of those market technologies. Now, I actually decided to go for economic concessions here as well. What economic concessions does is it grants you 75 export to jumpstart your consulate, but it makes market exchange rates worse. Yeah, so I didn't think I was going to use a lot of market trading here, and I thought, well, I could use the export in case I need a batch of samurai or something to protect myself. Here I am grabbing this nice XP treasure up here. And we're going to see his explorer try to sneak up around here and build a nice little forward base. Water wheel, yep, I get some bear chopping. I think as soon as he hits the 100 wood, he's going to get the tent going. Yep, double tent barracks. Yeah, this is where he's going to do most of his fighting out of here. And then eventually I have to work my way over here, but that's later. Now, did I get my house in time? I did, right? Yeah. So I timed it alright, okay. And now I send Lord of the Mountains so I can get some nice free tigers. It's sort of a nice backbone to my army. Right? Yep. Tigers are great. Nice free unit that deals a lot of damage, also pretty tanky. Nothing really to complain about. I mean, the only weakness is they can't siege buildings. Right? And also the good part about tigers, they don't cost population. Right? They're an add-on to your 200 pop army on the map.
Yeah.
Made some youngs. It's going conscripts, so that's perfect. Perfect system. And then make some more young guns. Following that. Try to queue them out as best as I can here. Yep, another one.
준비.
Try to take some fire against these. Yeah, that's a... See, what he's going to try to do is he's going to try to back up his conscripts with machetes. So I'm going to need dang spearmen for that, for now. And then once the machetes become a little bit more intense, I'm going to move towards a stable and get some gungo cavalry. Also, the tiger is doing surprisingly well against these assault units. Yeah, he basically has to retreat with them, which is totally wonderful. Yeah, look at him run. Just has to retreat out of there, I guess. Yep, exactly. Nice, look at that. And I have some more tigers in tow here to deal with that. Yep, exactly. Yep. Good. Then you bite that one. Good. Oh, nice. Look at that. Yeah, see, I was surprised at how well the archers and tigers did against assault units like that. He lost a lot of machetes here. And looking at his resource count, yeah, he's starving them of wood with each one of those shots. Yep. Yep, the young guns going to work. Yeah, see, the Tigers can actually see giant things. They just hang out around the tent. Yep. Wonderful. Yeah, this is where the Macheptors became a little problematic. Not too problematic, but a little bit. And this is sort of the turning point in the match where I try to move more towards a stable. Yeah. Really, at this point, kind of have to go with stable, because if he's going to be going heavily on the assault units, you're gonna need to have some way of dealing with that. Now, instead of what Kazan did going Japanese, I actually go for the United States to get access to the Marines, because the Marines can puncture through their holes with the crush damage. And at this point, I can already afford a bachelor. Exactly what I get. Here's the stable. We're going to need some Dingo cavalry to deal with them. Yeah, I still had a little bit of a straggler of villagers still over there hunting. It's alright.
What is your command?
Yep, and now it's the managers taking care of the Macheptors first. Then we can focus down the conscriptors. Yep. Oh, nice. Yeah, see, the Tigers have put over a lot of pressure on them. So he can't focus on my infantry. You know, he's busy dealing with the Tigers, and it's kind of funny how that worked out for me. Now, got just enough for 2 Gungo cavalry for now. And once I put these into play, these Macheptors are going to start getting shredded. 30 versus him, 30 damage. That's a lot of damage. Yes, it is. That's a lot of damage. He's going to try to get wiser and try to do a bit of grading here, but it's just not going to cut it. Yeah, at this point, because I got 2 forms of production, and even when I'm not the training villages, I'm at least getting them for free over time. And as he's doing this sort of raiding stuff, I'm over there destroying him in his tent area here. Yep, and then I'm going to make some more Gungo cavalry, and that's going to be the end of his Macheptors here, guaranteed. Yep. Nice, look at that. That's how you do it. That's how you strike it. I think I barely beat that army, or can't remember. Yeah, I think I just barely, and then he does another little raid here on this hunt here, which is a little annoying, but not too bad. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm in such comfort that I'm actually sending my wood shopping cards. Start thinking about economics at this point. Yeah, and I try to chase him down with these Gungo cavalry now. Yeah, like his threat is the threat of his threat of him is like gone at this point. Now I can't remember what I do here exactly. Do I chase him down fully and pursue him, or do I just chase him off long enough? Yeah, I put some more arrows into them, and I just take off. I'm like, who cares? It's just 3 machete throws. What's the worst that can happen? Well, he does do a bit of damage, but that's about it. I mean, look at the resource count here. I mean, you can tell he's like half my score at this point. And it doesn't matter, because what I try to do is I try to punch one of them. I realize, yeah, that's not going to work. And what is it that I do? Do I actually pull I pull a couple of them down and shoot them, yeah. At this point, it doesn't really matter too much, because I got all of the military and economy I need to beat him. I did the hard work, and it's paid off. Again, the macro down, again, the army built up. And there's not what he can do to defend this anymore. He's going to be able to try to QL here, but just not enough left for him. Yeah, he also tries to shoot some of my villagers here a little bit. Cut down the eco score a bit. But yeah, just not enough. Yep, clean that up, and then he just has to retreat. Because there's really not much else he can do here anymore. He has to take the little army he has and get out of there. Yep, exactly. Exactly. And then if I ever did need farming at some point, I do at least have food silos to fall back on. But what I get instead is just the archer combat. Try to get the archer attack. It benefits both the Gungo Cavalry and my longbows, right, my Myeongyongs, so that they actually dish out more damage. Basically countering every part of his army, both his assault units and his line units, simultaneously. And while that's all going on, I'm still producing villagers, still getting them for free. I'm really in good shape. And at this point, he's lost his forward aggression. And by losing his forward aggression, now he has to start going home. Now I could start, eating in peace. Put up a mound castle here, defensively if I need it, which I doubt I'm going to need, but, I get to be proactive in my defenses. And we slowly push our way into here. Yep, and exactly. This is going to try to defend a bit with artisanal guns. Unfortunately for him, these are maneuver units, so they actually deal multipliers at range against these. And I can actually last long enough dealing with these bayonets, because cavalry archers, compared to other maneuver units, actually have hack armor. So they actually deal with resistance to infantry attacking them like this. And at that point, I just use the archers to clean up the rest of his conscripts here. While I also use the tigers to raid his hunts down here. Put an end to him very quickly. GG. So, good one. Now we get to move on to the next match 2. And then match 3. Sarg makes a little bit of a comeback, and then we get to see the final finale of this week. And boy, is it a finale. It's really good. Stravetsi match 2. Yep, he goes for Central Americans, and I go for Prostagma, Greece. Yep. I always go Greece on this map.
Πρόσταγμα.
Just a good.
Λέγε.
Yep.
Πρόσεχε.
Yep, it's a good map. Good sit for this map. Because you get this nice easy war axis right from the start. Just plug in your dock here and you're good to go with another source of income. Really good stuff.
Λέγε.
Yep, very good stuff indeed.
Πρόσεχε.
Yep, I try to queue one with peasants and get the free fishing ships out of the dock. I'm kind of curious about how he does his build because, you know, he did something a little bit different than I expected. I was thinking, you know, he's going to play sort of the way I do with, you know, Escopeteros and Yanettes and Bichetros, and he ended up doing something quite different, you know. Start going with a different unicorn, that is. Yeah, so he's mostly just hunting right now. Yeah, see, I go a lot of time with Guatemala. Now, Belize, I don't know, because Belize is actually not a nation covered under this Central America civ. In the FM21 Central America civ, when he was, you know, becoming, you know, an intern for Wars of Liberty, his actually had a Belize option. So that's pretty interesting. See that. Start shipping in some peasants. Yep, good treasure acquisition for me. I just want to see what sort of deck he has. So he goes for Guatemala, United Fruit Company, Unionist Conference. This is an important card for Central America. 2 cards, 3 cards. Now this is an interesting one. I don't think of this one a lot. Basically, like what a lot of Native Americans get, a card called Kinship Ties. It lets you train their villagers at the native embassy. But for Central America, you get to train your Guerneros instead, which is your special villager. You can see here I'm going to be going up with La Scalina Bubblina. It's about fishing ship number 5 coming out right now. Just wait for that to come out, and then the action's going to start real quick once we hit the age 2. I think my issue here was my opening. Like, I probably should have won more barracks, I think, to start with. But I just didn't think, somebody would play Central America and go more conscript, more line infantry. That set me off to the, well, it's never a bad idea to go for a bit of a raid, I guess. I go for my usual Marauder mischief here. Getting the Marauders out.
Πρόσεχε.
Λέγε, πρόσεχε.
Πρόσταγμα.
So because of the way that the shipments work and how I can get an earlier stable, I managed to effectively get like a 6 yuan start. Because Marauders are basically just yuans. Low HP, high attack. I go in right away looking to do a bit of raiding work inside of them. Whereas Zog, yeah, he has Guatemala right now for his Civ faction. I think I gotta pick up a call. Wait a second. Alright, I think we're ready to continue now. It's a bit of a longer pause than I expected. I have a lot to get through, so let's just get through the rest of it. So whilst we were checking, I was doing a bit of a sweep here with my marauders, just checking for tornadoes to basically do a bit of raiding to, you know. These marauders, you know, if you can sweep up a villager with them, quite good. I tried to get in over here and see, but unfortunately I went in the wrong way. I could have maybe got this one if I went this way. Yeah, I'm just going around seeing, what can I do? But as you see here, he decides, you know, I'm Guatemala now, I'm gonna go with conscriptos, right? And basically, I'm gonna have to leave at some point because, you know, if you got conscriptos coming after you, this is not gonna do very well. That low HP 190, that's not good. It's just 50 HP underneath the conscriptos even, so yeah, that's definitely not good. Yep, get out of there, that's for sure. The snaring is not helping though. Snaring definitely didn't help. I definitely lost 2 of them. Back here, then I realized, yeah, we need to do Scythemen or something, right? We need to do barracks units. Scythemen, Klep, something. And with that, I'm gonna have to add some more marauders, add some more Scythed. I actually go double barracks because I'm thinking, you know, good chance we're gonna actually need a bit of light infantry here. Yeah, now I ship more Scythemen in. So I just don't know. Yeah, and here comes the artisanal gun from his foundry. He combines that with conscriptos. Really not too different than the end of last match. And he just does it a lot earlier here. And really it becomes a war of the artisanal cannon and conscript versus the Greek roster for a while here. Yeah, as you can imagine, in this case, it's Scythemen, not the best option, but not the worst one either, because you know what you can actually do with the Scythemen is you could actually charge the artisanal cannons with them, because they're pretty quick and they also have a bit of splash damage as well. Alright, I try to see here, how am I going to get in? I actually put my marauders on a separate control group here to get a little bit of a better control of them. See, I'm able to get rid of one of the artisanals, and then I get another one down. Makes actually escape. But, yeah. And then he just goes full bayonet towards me, looking to do some melee damage. See, at this point I wasn't doing too bad, too shabby, because, you know, the clips would technically be the appropriate counter here to this situation. I guess I tried to, but the problem is there's just way too many of them now. This is a numbers game at this point and not of tags anymore. Try to get as many hits as I can, get as many shots as I possibly can over here. While trying to keep up with the fishing, because the fishing is kind of my lifeline here for food. Right, if you're not fishing, what are you going to do exactly? Yeah, no, I built a couple of cycling here as a precaution because I don't know yet, like, I don't know what his buildings are. I didn't actually get to see if he has a stable or not. And I don't know, hey, is he going to do a Lancero? If he does Lanceros, with this comp and combines these conscriptos, that could be a real problematic issue for me. Before I have to improvise a little bit. Also, what I do is I ship in some sailors. Just another good skirmish unit to include. And then go in for a bit of an attack. But he ends up going this way, which I totally didn't expect. Yeah, that sort of messed things up a bit. See, what I had to do was I had to survive long enough to get to age 3 and get honor guards to deal with all these conscripts. Whatever else you might want to train, basically. Because the honor guards can actually deal with the conscripts in certain numbers. Well, then he realizes, hey, I know... Yeah, see, now I come across it on this side. And now he tries to pursue that army. Well, I'm attacking him with another army here. Yeah. And I see, alright, can I take an artisanal cannon out, maybe, something? Try to get shot in. You may as well try to. Yep, I try to take these conscripts out since they're easy picking. Yep, I try to get in here with my marauders and see how many of these artisanals can I take down. Yeah, I got quite a few down actually, considering the situation, but yeah, just way too much artillery than what you're used to. In normal circumstances, somebody'd have like 5 or 6 of these things and I would have already been done with them. Now I really can't make infantry anymore, I can't really make cavalry anymore, and it just becomes a really deadly combination. Have a couple of straggling clips here. They lay glimpses of the Lanceros. And I obviously don't have any cohesive... I could ship the clips in, now rather the Phylaxi battalion in. These are the closest thing to a line infantry you get to age 3 with the recruits. But unfortunately we don't get to age 3 because of the intense infighting here. That's how Greeks end up failing here. Yeah, see, can't really keep them on my base anymore, or kind of lose my defenses. Yeah. Kind of an interesting civ combination. Because, you know, Central America is known for having some strong strategies. I just didn't know the conscript was part of that. I thought the best assets of Central America were their Escapatero build, their Machetra build, and their Dragon Rojo build, right? And then after that, probably their Escoltas. But we're seeing an emphasis on conscripts with them. And essentially in this case, another thing I do too is try to use the infinite touching shipment to keep my economy up. But at this point, it's kind of a done deal for me, right? Yeah, he's full on Guatemala at this point. Yeah, he's also sort of, he could keep making redoubts as well and taking over the map if he wanted to as well. He can make these villages, he also has this shipment left. Quite a few things to worry about. Somehow still alive. It takes a while to kill me, you know. I don't go down that easily. And I start to get fire fishing, because fishing is really the only part of the map that he's not involved in at all. Trying to just keep my barracks number up to par with what it was before. It's kind of nice that I had these ancient ruins here giving me a bit of experience back. And after that, I kind of don't realize how long this match actually was. I thought things went by a bit quicker than this, but guess not. I'm kind of just anticipating the final match of this encounter because that was like by far the best one. It was like I was doing the build that Kaiser was supposed to do, but I ended up doing it instead, I guess. So you'll get to see how I pull that off. So what's Sword God's plan? Yeah. He's got a bit of an army of conscripts here. He's got an army of more artisanals here. I mean, I don't know. This is another question I guess you could pose is, would it have been better to keep going Kleps, or was gravitating towards mule artillery a good idea? Because I thought, you know, if I can't afford a lot of marauders, I'm going to need some way to deal with his artillery. And what better way to deal with that than taking the mule artillery and firing them into the artisanal lines like this. It works a little bit, right? I got a little success with it, but not quite a lot than I was hoping for. Yeah, it just didn't work out in the end. And at that point, I was kind of finished at that point. Yep. The power of conscript plus artisanal cannon. It's actually a pretty classic Latin American strategy in Lord's Liberty, even before the Latin American Pass, back when these were called the spies, and these are called conscripts. Yeah, it is pretty notable combination. And actually even before that, when these were just musketeers, right? Because there was that time period when Latin Americans just used European common units, musketeers, skirmisher, pikemen, hussar, and dragoon. There was no lancero, unit, or conscript. And this had a very basic model, closer to that of the flaming arrow. Yeah, that's the thing. Back in the day, the artisanal gun, when it was called the Espide, used the same animations as a flaming arrow for the Japanese. It wasn't actually a small cannon at all. So a lot changed when they were remodeling these units to make them more authentic. Yeah, just a little too late with the sailors. Perhaps sailors. Oh, maybe we could have done a bit there. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that we got to do match 3 here, because match 3 was really nice. Nice match to showcase. And it's actually something I think you've seen on my channel before already, that I've already shown on the Great Zimbabwe map. Yeah, so if you've seen my Great Zimbabwe map from this week, you're going to be pretty familiar with what I do. Just a little bit more primitive and unpracticed. But same concept. The size of Jebel Musa basically gave me a bit of wiggle room to work with. Okay, let's go to the last and probably the best match in the entire week. Except maybe that Chile one. That Chile one, that was epic, And now I really want to try that one. But other than that, let's see the unstoppable Stravetsi take on Zog on Jebel Musa. We got España for Zog, and for Stravetsi we got Germany, Alemania. Vanilla European Civ versus Vanilla European Civ, but luckily no Portuguese, right? Because Portuguese are lame and boring and suck. Yeah. Yep. Spain, I dig this Civ, and also Germany's a fun Civ. Getting started on my manor house. Yeah, see, this is the deck I actually used for this match. I'm going to go over it a bit in detail right now so you understand it then. So what you actually do is you go to Frankfurt Trade Fair instead of the 3 settlers to start. If you've got enough XP, you can certainly get the settlers afterwards, but first you want to get Frankfurt Trade Fair. What it does is all the market technologies including the circular saw in age 3, with the exception of mercantilism, which is more of a capital building technology in vanilla. All free to research, right? You don't get them for free instantly, but they're free technologies that you still have to wait for them to load, right? Yeah, like if they tried to make it a copy of the Mapuche market technology card, that would be astronomically unbalanced. I'm sure people would cry about it for weeks and weeks. But see, in here, it's balanced because you have to get the technology sequentially from left to right, and that's exactly how I do it. I start with hunting guards and work my way to the gray coat, and then in age 2 I go from steel traps and work my way to amalgamation, and then in age 3 I get the circular saw. Granted me free market technologies, so I do not have to macro to acquire those, right? It's just overall improvements my resource gathering rate across the board. After that, you go wood, then coin, get to age 3, and from age 3, depending on your situation, you can ship some cuirassiers in, you can ship in some one of these to upgrade your army, like if you train some line infantry on the way to age 3, upgrade makes the veteran cost free, also gives you some free buildings to work with. Same for the hussar with the stable. The ultimate goal is to reach Bismarck model, and with Bismarck model, these cards here, Great Landwehr Cavalry Muster and Landwehr Infantry Muster, or whichever one of these levy cards you might have in your deck, becomes pretty substantial. What it does is it allows every redoubt, every tower that you possess to produce this number of units from it in a muster, right? So it's not like it comes out instantly. It's like the free Strellet muster with Blockhouse, the Strellet horde. It's exactly like a Strellet horde that you can send again and again and again, right? And it also sends that muster to any telegraph troop A ultimate units that you have on the field as well, making it possible to have up to 10 of these musters working at the same time. And that's the magic of it. In addition, you have your hand cavalry attack card here to boost the stats of the Landwehr cavalry. For this deck, I didn't include the ones that benefit the Landwehr infantry. I could have definitely done that as well. Also, you need to send Berlin Conference to get access to World Politic. World Politic allows you to train and upgrade Landwehr at barracks, stables, and telegraph trooping. Right? That's the big thing there. Not only will our Landwehr units not lose hit points anymore after the Bismarck model, but when we send World Politic, they will also be upgraded to the same level as all my other units are. And that matters because what this allows you to do is it allows you to acquire a large amount of units over a period of time, basically for free almost, while you can use the other resources to train other things, like line infantry. You can make cuirassiers, you can make dragoons, you can make different types of artillery even though with this type of a card and the other troop factories you can produce those for free as well, right? And eventually when you hit your sweet spot, you're going to be making a lot of line infantry with needle gun, sending out these two cards to get some steel guns, and if you need Uhlans and Carbonires. These are Lithuanian, these are the West Prussian Uhlans. And as you can see here, I'm just pumping out these market techs for free. If you have any resource costs, it's pushing me along pretty good. Spain, on the other hand, is looking to go more of a I'd say more of a defensive gameplay, right? They're going to try to stay in their base and work their way out towards me. I didn't really receive a lot of pressure in this game. I was able to build up pretty safely in my base. I think that had a lot to do with how well the success of this build was for me. Because if I was like dealing with them all the time, he would keep spamming things at me. Yeah, that could be a little bit more tricky. Now he's going to start going with the city planner, which is going to get him a town center wagon. For me, I'm not quite ready to age up yet. I'm just sort of adding in units still, right? I want to make sure, yeah, I'm not totally undefended. Because I know I'm in a sensitive sweet spot right now where he could definitely send an army of regulares at me and I could be in real trouble. And that's why I need to sort of prepare myself, right? Now, once I'm secured, I can focus on aging up and doing something, right? I decided to go forward because, you know, I have a decent batch. I have some skirmish mixed in with this line infantry, so I could deal with really anything small that he might have. Maybe even get a couple of shots in and get some raiding in. It never hurts to get scouting right away and see sort of what you can find. That's exactly it. Work my way towards this market here, and then I see, alright, now I know where his town center is, good. I know where his redoubt is, now I can see where his villas are. Yep. I did get a shot here though, which is really nice. Yep. 2 settlers down, that's not nothing, that's pretty substantial. The thing I was kind of concerned about here was he was going to go demi-lances. But then I realized, oh wait a minute, they actually have something scarier now. They got cuirassiers. Yeah. So there was a change to the Batador so that it's now a demi-lancer unit. Right, it has the same model and icon as the demi-lancer. It has a lance to kill infantry now instead of the straight sword splash. And now Spain actually gets actual European cuirassiers just like French do in their roster. So that's something I definitely need to keep in mind in this match, is making sure I don't fall victim to any cuirassiers. Yeah, at this point in the match, you could definitely afford to start queuing them up. Also have to be careful of the Infante de Marina, these marine units. They could do a bit of damage as well. Also you got the regulares, very tanky, heavy infantry. Quite a lot of HP. And he's going to put his fort somewhere around here, I believe, as a defensive measure. But luckily, because of how efficient we manage our military and how we impose fear on the enemy, we don't even have to really attack this base, you know, just our very presence will, you know, scare them off, right? You'll see how I pull that off. I think he honestly was legitimate, afraid of me after this match, and seeing, you know, what I was able to accomplish with this build. Fort San Geronimo, up here. Chip in some hussars. I'm just sort of trying to sit back and get as many of these manors as I can possibly get out. Right? Because if I can keep... I don't want to age up until I know I can safely do so without getting cornered and beaten down, basically. That's my goal. Right, I know he has a bit of an army here of infantry, and I do not want to fall victim to him. Gotta keep myself safe and secured from any potential serious pressure. And I don't know that he only has this little batch of infantry here until he starts coming towards my base and starts doing some scout work here. Because I don't really have any sort of readouts here, any sort of view beyond my cliffs. The only way I really see where he is if he comes right into this pathway here. Yeah, he just decides to turn back. I don't know if he had any more line of sight than I did or not. But at that point, you know, now I finally feel comfortable aging up. I go with the Swan King
Ja.
as my politician.
Ja. Ja.
And I'm gonna have to see what that was. I think it was Hussars, I believe. Right, because I could have gone I think I could have gone volunteers maybe. I could have gone a couple of other things. I decided to go for the Hussars. Because to me, Hussars, it's a more expensive unit that I haven't really been training much of yet. I don't even have a stable. Also, what I start to work on now is building redoubts, right? This is the point of the match where I'm thinking, yeah, we need to start thinking about tower production. Because when it's time to start getting into land war mode, once we hit our cap of like 200 population, you can actually still send these levies of land war infantry and cavalry to just lengthen the size of your army beyond what you normally can. And just also, I do another little trick here. I start to build trading posts wherever possible, because what I want to do is, when the time comes that it's time to start mustering levy units, I want to start setting it up where I can basically start doing it right away. And also, I'm aware of these Hussars, and I don't know if a big raid is coming in, so I figured let's get the Bismarck model now for safety. Right, exactly. Oh, now I remember what the Swan King does. He actually gives you 2 redoubt wagons and some wood-eyed corn. Yeah. So he's like the same thing as the Governor General, but a little bit stronger. Yeah. So that way I wouldn't have to worry about building as many of these redoubts as I had to. And at this point, I at least feel comfortable because, God forbid, he takes this army of infantry, this army of hussars, he pushes into the base. What can I do? I can take every one of these redoubts up to 7 times 7 and have armies of about 3 land war infantry for each redoubt and 2 land war cavalry. So it's about 14. Talk about like almost 40 population worth of army coming to my aid if I need it. Only if I need it, right? It's better we save that till later. It's better we save that till we reach our 200 population, so we can start going over our population cap and start swarming him if he comes into this base. Then you can take that swarm and swarm into his base. And also even, another option is you could even revolt and take your whole villager population and any unit that comes with the revolution and swarm them even larger. Quite a powerful proposition, right? And now he's getting smart and thinking, you know, I better take these trading posts out. Can't be good. But it's already too late. It's already beginning. I'm already sending my first levy, my first muster of land war cavalry. 2 for each redoubt and 2 for each telegraph trooping. We're not quite age 3 yet though, so that's not really applicable. This was, by the way, a free supper I got from a treasure, so I didn't actually move one from here to there. I was just sort of, you know, using the spare extra unit to grab onto a mine that I normally wouldn't access right away. A bit of extra coin income. He goes for a bit of a raid here. At this point, who cares? I'm Germany. My drill count is pretty high. You know, I'll get them in the base whenever, and my army will come down and protect them. Army will sweep them up if I have to. And I'm starting to produce artillery now from my troop factory. I'm also going to ship in the Essen Stalwart Fruit Factory wagon as well. Which later in the match, if we do want to do some steel guns, that's going to be an option I'm going to have. If not, it's a nice free 500 shipment building that I can rely on, so I can focus on macroing towards cuirassiers and skirmishers and that type of stuff.
Ja.
Now I can't remember, do I engage in a fight here? Do I actually engage in a skirmish, or do I turn back? Yeah, I think I go forward a little bit and see, alright, what can we do? I think I actually do, yeah, I do go for a wall in here. And then I sort of retreat. Like, yeah, if there's a fort down there, you got a redoubt here. I really don't want to take a lot of extra damage and get cornered in there, you know. Let's wait it out, because the longer I wait it out, the more advantage I have.
Ja.
And the more disadvantage he has. This is the type of strategies you want in your games. Ones where, by me holding out, I can actually gain from something, and I'm not going to lose from it, right? There's people that say it's good to rush or be rushed, you know, go all in, do these all-in strategies, but truth is, if that all-in fails, you're in big trouble. You're in really big trouble. And with something like this, it's, you know, you're back home growing yourself up. That's quite impressive. Quite impressive feat.
Ja.
Now the Fruit Factory is coming in down here. This one's already producing foot artillery for me, which will definitely be a help against Regulares and also against Infante de Manina. And at this point I'm sort of just trying to... Also, let me check the mana count I had. I still have actually 2 free villages to go on here, so that's something to look forward to. And my go count, as you can imagine, quite high. It's at about 50 right now. Quite high, considering his is about, with 2 TCs is about 45, so definitely ahead with only 1 town center, you know. Quite good. Quite good indeed. Also, he's going to take a lot of needless tower fire down here by just trying to scout around up here. Yeah, and I just take off into the redoubts. Yeah, he does a successful round of scouting, but he ends up losing one and severely injuring the other ones. Now, this was a pretty risky hunt for me. I decided to just turn back at this point and say, you know, he knows that I shot this animal, and he could easily come up here and do some damage. So why don't I just go back? If I need to do milling, I have to do farming. I can definitely do farming. It's not a problem. And what I do next is I start to focus on getting some coin, so that maybe we can get to industrial age, right? That would be the next best thing, because once I hit industrial age, right, gives me factories if I need them. I can send in carbonizers, I can send in steel guns, really whatever I need. I can get a leg up on in heavy artillery and really shred this infantry. Yeah, these hussars, yeah, he's not gonna do too well. Yeah, he was spending quite a lot here training into his army. Now, one serious blunder on the part of Sog here is that he did not build a dock. You need to build a dock here to actually get the veteran, guard, and imperial upgrades for your Infante de Manina. If you don't get that, these are just baseline age 2 units. Well, pretty good. Still, they could be better. They could use some extra HP, some extra damage, you know. Stuff that you're going to need in a major fight if this drags into industrial age, or this even imperial age, you don't know. I could have an imperial age plan all set up. You gotta prepare for that stuff, you know? Like right now, I'm so far into the late game that I'm getting seed drill now and focusing on farming. Just camping out at home. I'm not worried about anything happening at this point. I'm just staying at home. Not taking any bullets. If you want to come attack me, you come to my home. Where I have an army waiting for you. And at this point I stopped build production and I want to have about 10 pop available to add in 2 more foot artilleries in for free. And then I can focus on industrial age acquisition. And this is where I took a bit of a detour and I had a bit of a self-debate about what I wanted to do for the age up. So I hit about the 2K food and corn. And I have first I go for the Crown Prince to get the Royal Guard cuirassiers. But then what I decide to deviate is I cancel it and I go for the Socialite instead. The Socialite gives you about, I think it's 800 or 900 coin crates. Which I've decided, you know, I'm going to need that because what my next idea is, let's get the Berlin Conference going, let's start, yep, the Socialite, yep. Now I need to start thinking about getting veteran and guard upgrades for these Land War Cavalry and these Land War Infantry. Because I don't know if these guys are veteran, if they're guard, what's happening. Is he going to add skirmishers in? Am I going to need to deal with skirmishers? Likewise, it wouldn't hurt to even add my Land War Infantry that I'm going to pop it out, be a little bit stronger as well. Especially with how much hit points regulars have. And this is sort of where things deviate a bit because at this point it seems that Sarg is going to try to commit all in on age 3 whilst I'm secretly going up to age 4. And I think it's at that point, once I hit age 4, he starts to do a bit of a panic. He thinks, I gotta do something. He's got more upgrades than me. He's gonna have factories down. We gotta do something. Something needs to be done here. We gotta try some sort of strategy here to deal with it. Start getting some yep, here comes world politics. This is gonna let me start getting veteran upgrades for these Land War Cavalry and these Land War Infantry. Exactly what we're gonna do. And I'm curious, what was Sarg doing in the last minutes? Yeah, so he actually did ship some cuirassiers in, but he kept to mostly doing infantry. Now, this was a bit questionable for me, because if it was me in this position as Spain, a couple things that I might want more of is cuirassiers and dragoons. Dragoons to deal with the Royal Guard cuirassiers, and my own cuirassiers to deal with infantry, because it's the best thing I can use against infantry. Now the foot artillery, pretty smart idea. Also naval infantry, always a good idea. Just, yeah, make sure you upgrade them with the dock here. Don't just let them go unupgraded. And here's where the bloodshed begins. It's going to begin any second now. Here we go. Look at this. Look at these levies coming in. I'm going to start levying like crazy. Out of every one of these little holes, we're going to start coming infantry, cavalry, you name it. And with that, the center army is pressuring into this choke point. He's pressing to my cannons. And while he's pressing into my cannons, I'm going to move these Land War Cavalry into these marinas here. I'm also going to send some Sex Trooper Ascaris to the south. And wait 1 second, I have to answer a call. Alright, yeah, I think we can finish this off now. See the last of this fight here. To recap, he pushed into this direction, and I started to swarm him from this side with levy units. Now let's see how the last moments of this go. Alright, so he's defending these cannons as best as he can, you know. But I'm coming up on him with this large army of cuirassiers and infantry. I haven't even pulled the Ascaris up yet, the Sex Trooper. I'm also going to be sending another levy right now with Landwehr Cavalry, which, you know, he obviously resigns long before we even do it. Well, resource-wise, he had about 15k food, 4k coin. Not a lot to work with when, you know, your opponent has arguably more resources in and is an age ahead of you. He probably didn't want to spend too much time here trying to defend somebody who's in a more advanced age than you, and just wanted to take off and retreat. Exactly. Like this. And that's fine. You know, I probably would have tried to stay and fight to the end, honestly. You know, build up an army of cuirassiers and try to take this on. Maybe some sneak. Well, he's not too far from actually aging up to age 4 himself. But, I guess we could look at the stats of this thing. Yeah, you usually don't want to look at the post-game because it can freeze the game and then you have to restart your PC and stuff. But, we'll look at it since it's the last one. Well, anyways, this is again Unstoppable Streletsy, and I thank you for coming to the live stream to see this. If you did come. If you didn't come, this is going on to YouTube as a VOD, and that should be available probably either morning tomorrow or later in the day tomorrow. It all depends on how YouTube decides to render this thing for you. Alright? See you later. Hope to see you in for Liga Week 11 and so forth. Bye.